Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Halton Local Plan hearing session. I'm Lynn Donnelly, the Programme Officer. The inspectors will join shortly before 9:30. Please mute your microphone and turn off your camera whilst others join the meeting. I will get back to you shortly, just before the inspectors join. Thank you.
Okay. So it was the sound on that. Do you have to turn off the camera? It's not an obvious button there. Oh, can you just do it at this? You press this button?
Yeah, awesome. Sorry.
So it's that little camera button.
Right, yeah.
You definitely muted that. So if you use this.
The inspector is about to join the meeting. Please turn your cameras on, but keep your microphones off. Thank you.
R57, is that that's not the...
Well, no. This is...
Good morning, Mr. Lewis.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Lynn Donnelly, the Programme Officer.
Sorry,
the inspector
is about... our volume at the moment, sorry.
could you please mute your microphone, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. The inspector has joined the meeting and will now take over. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Can I just check, Mr. Donnelly, that all the participants are here?
Everybody's here except Mark Peebles from SP Energy.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think given the time, we shall get started and hopefully you can join us shortly. Just wait till Mr. Hopwood joins. Okay, thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome. It's 9:30. I shall now open the hearing session on matter 12A, and in particular, strategic site at Halton Lea and other sites in Runcorn. For those who are new to the hearing sessions, my name is Caroline Malloy. I'm a Charter Town Planner, and I've been appointed jointly with David Troy, who is also a Charter Town Planner, by the Secretary of State to hold the examination into the local plan and to produce a report of our conclusions and recommendations with regards to soundness. Just to double check, can everyone see and hear me okay? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. In terms of housekeeping, just a reminder to switch off mobile phones or keep them on silent while the hearing's in session. And also, can you keep your microphone muted until you're invited to speak, but keep your camera on, just so we can avoid any disturbance from background noise. Also, a reminder that the hearing session is being live streamed as well as being recorded by the council and published shortly after on the examination website for interested parties to view. Also, just a gentle reminder for all participants to be respectful of others in the hearing session, please. Just to briefly outline our role as inspectors, our role is to assess whether the plan satisfies the requirements of the 2004 Act, the relevant regulations, and whether it's sound. And in order to be sound, the National Planning Policy Framework states that plans should be positively prepared, justified, effective, and consistent with national policy. You should have already met Lynn Donnelly, who's the Programme Officer for the examination, and the first point of contact should you have any queries outside of the hearing sessions. The hearing session this morning will take the form of a structured discussion, which I shall lead based on the matters, issues and questions and the agenda, which you should all have a copy of. We shall invite people to speak at particular times, but if you do have something to contribute at the appropriate part of the discussion, if you could use the raise hand function on Teams, which I'm sure you're all familiar with now. Does anyone have any questions at this point in terms of the procedural side of the hearings? No? Okay, thank you. In that case, can I ask participants for this morning's session to introduce themselves, please, starting with the council.
Good morning, ma'am. My name's Alistair Cross. I'm a principal planner in the local plans team.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Catherine Brindley. I'm a principal planner within the local plans team.
Morning, ma'am. I'm Anne Moyers. I'm a policy officer in the local plans team.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Phil Peake. I work for the highway development team at Halton Lea Council.
Good morning, ma'am. Andrew Plant, the divisional manager for planning and development.
at the council. We also have Mark Hopwood, if he could introduce himself after me, but then that's it from the council's team, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Hopwood.
Hi, good morning, ma'am. Mark Hopwood from DNV, risk consultants, here to provide input around some of the risk aspects of the developments.
Thank you. And just looking down the list of participants, Mr. Mitchell.
Good morning, Mom, everyone. Dan Mitchell from Barton Wilmore on behalf of Estuary Holdings.
Thank you. Mr. Coxon.
I'm here in place of Mr. Coxon this morning, Mom. I'm Lynn Jones from Emery Planning, and I'm representing M&S Rotter.
Is that Miss James? Did I hear correctly?
Yes, Mr. James.
Mr. Lewis?
Good morning, Mom. My name is John Lewis. I'm the Managing Director of SRL5 Limited, who own the Heath Business and Technical Park, and I'm here to talk about the land, the pension land RD1.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lewis. We were struggling to hear you a little bit. Is it possible to just maybe mute yourself and sort of see if we can, before you speak later on, see if you can resolve that? It may just be because of the notice you've got rather bird's eye view with the camera there. Maybe it's just too far away. I don't know, but just so we can hear you a bit more clearly.
Would you like me to repeat that again?
I think we got your name, but I think I might struggle if you're talking a little bit more to hear you clearly. So I don't know whether it's possible to adjust the volume or something, but if you can resolve that in just while we're going through the introductions. Mr. Edwards or Mr. Peebles, or both?
No, that's enough.
Morning.
Morning, Mr. Edwards.
Steve Edwards here. Yeah. I'll message Mark Peebles. I just spoke to him about 9, so he should have the link. I'll see where he is.
That's fine. Hopefully you can join in before the appropriate point on the agenda.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, I think that's everybody. If not, speak up now. Okay, thank you. Right, just moving on to discuss the first matter on the agenda in relation to SRL5 Halton Lea. And I think what might be worth doing, Mr. Cross, obviously the site is made up of component sites, which have their specific issues in terms of constraints, etc. However, given their location and in close proximity to each other, is it worth just dealing up front with the issues in relation to accessibility to services and education and health, and then we don't need to go through those separately on each site? Is that an acceptable approach, Mr. Cross?
Certainly, ma'am. Do you want me to start off?
Yes, please.
Okie dokie. The strategic location, as you say, is made up of originally 5 sites. It did include the Castleview House to the east of Halton Lea shopping centre, which has now been developed. The other sites are basically located in close proximity to the Hallwood Park area. R2 is basically the principal part of the site, is the northern portion, which is the site of the former district heating plant for the old Southgate development. We then have R1 and R80, which are basically, if you like, we'll use the phrase windfall sites on the western side of Hallwood Park, which have been freed up by the demolition of a former pub and reconfiguration of the adjacent expressway junction has freed up some land. R81 is located at the back of the ambulance station on the other side of the Hallwood link. In terms of accessibility to services, they are in close proximity to Halton Lea. which is the main shopping centre, the main town centre for Runcorn. It's at the heart of the busway network, so all the bus services converge on Halton Lea. In terms of convenience shopping, obviously there's superstores available. There's also a small convenience store located at the petrol station on the Hallwood Link. And in terms of health facilities, there is obviously Halton Hospital, located adjacent to the site, which, whilst it doesn't have an accident and emergency, does have a minor injuries unit. And there's also, I believe, 2 GP surgeries located in the adjacent facility to the hospital, basically located between the hospital and basically near the KFC, adjacent to the hospital.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of education, is the situation the same as discussed in previous sessions in relation to Runcorn? It may just be worth giving a brief summary for other participants.
Of course, ma'am. Basically, the sites are located around Hallwood Park. Hallwood Park Primary is located in the southeastern corner of that neighbourhood. There has been representations made at previous sessions to the plan, effectively questioning the overall capacity of education provision within the borough. As part of appended to my proof, I believe, for matter 12, we have basically set out the latest EduBase figures in terms of the school capacities for both primary and secondary provision and the current student roll. And that does show that there is both capacity for primary pupils and capacity for secondary schools within the borough. The department has not been asked by education to make special provision for additional capacity within the plan, save for a special educational needs facility, which is to be a joint facility with St Helens, and a site has been identified in Widnes. But for general day-to-day education purposes, there's not a demand for additional facilities at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Crossan. It was useful. We'll save us doing that on a site-by-site basis. Just looking at R1, land at Gaunt's Way, can you just give a brief summary in terms of, how that site was identified, please?
Yes, ma'am. I think the site would have been identified. I don't think it came through a call for sites. It would have just been as part of the normal SCLA process. Identify the site as basically a potential development parcel. It's obviously, it is now sort of adjacent or tied with the adjacent R81, which I think part of that site was a former public house, which is being demolished. Has had applications on part of the site for various residential institutions, but is now basically forms a much larger site, or a potential for a much larger site, following the reconfiguration of the interchange on the other side, just on the other side, which was part of the Mersey Gateway project. Basically, the road was reconfigured. Previously, the main axis was from Central Expressway was to head down, to head east towards Junction 11. And with the Mersey Gateway project, the junction was reconfigured to basically direct most of the traffic west towards Junction 12 on the M56. And so that's freed up an area of land which has potential for additional housing.
Okay, thank you. And how was the, obviously you've said how the site area was determined, but in terms of dwelling capacity, was that the use of the standard approach, Mr. Cross?
Yes, it will have been, ma'am.
And just to clarify, it's identified for 142 dwellings, is that right?
I believe so, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, in terms of the potential adverse impacts, The site is obviously a small part of the site is within the outer paddy zone. Can the council just set out the position in terms of any potential constraints that may result in, please?
Yes, Ma'am. Shall I pick that up?
Yes, Mr. Hopwood.
So we're just touching into the outer zone. The HSC's guidance recognises housing in that outer zone. So for residential purposes, they're unlikely to advise against that, either the R1 or the R80.
That's useful. Thank you. And in relation to the fact, Mr. Cross, it's a green space designation, I was wondering, was this a good time to give us an update in terms of the open space study? I did believe it was imminent in terms of just putting the number, the document reference on the front page. Can you? It hasn't materialised just yet. Can you just update us on the situation with that, please?
Yes, ma'am. I was just basically doing a proof over the figures last night. Just double checking the figures for equipped children play space. I think we are showing a minor deficiency across the borough in equipped children's play space. So I was just basically double checking to make sure that all the areas had been captured. Holmwood Park, I say, as it's a redevelopment of the former Southgate area, it is actually quite well served for public open space. There is open space located within the development, and there are children's play space and equipped children's play space located on the green space to the north of the north of the neighbourhood. So in terms of deficiencies within, let's say, the overall neighbourhood, say the loss of that small area of open space is de minimis. It can be accommodated without basically reducing the overall standard.
And is that across the typologies, Mr. Cross?
Yes, ma'am. As I say, I think the only typology where we're showing a deficiency across the piece is on equipped children play space. Effectively, I think the council has been a number of locations have been removed over the years. I think basically due to vandalism and antisocial behaviour, and the council's approach is to basically have fewer, larger, better facilities. So there is a little bit of cherry potting in terms of some of the equipped play space. But as I say, for Holwood Park, there are facilities located within the neighbourhood, just to the northern edge.
Okay, thank you. And obviously, there are quite a number of the sites, including the smaller sites we'll be discussing later, which do have a green space designation. It would have been useful to have a position on that, appreciating the time involved in doing that. But it would be quite useful on sites where there is a green space designation just to have a short position statement. It doesn't need to go into great length, but in terms of each site where there is a green space designation, that would help the examination.
Yes, ma'am. In terms of updating the numbers, where there's a site is a proposed allocation, we've not counted the existing provision. So in order, you will have figures that will show the figures, the position after, basically taking account of any proposed development. So I did mention in terms of Sandymore that some of the previous study had taken proposed provision as a given. So there are some sites where it is showing as open space that have not previously been open space, but it was identified as potential, and they say it did seem to be counted in the 2006 study.
Okay, thank you. And obviously, from the council's perspective, the most recent study has taken into account of that in calculating any surpluses and deficiencies. That's useful, thank you. The other constraint I'd picked up on is there's a large water main to the western boundary of the site. Can can the council just say to what degree that may affect the development or the capacity of the site?
I don't have the map in front of me showing the location. I apologise, ma'am. Obviously, I would say that the standard methodology does take account of the developable area. So on larger sites, we assume that only 70% of the site could be developed for housing. So I imagine that would basically apply in this instance, that if there's a standoff for a water main, then effectively that would be incorporated into the development, and that would be incorporated into the notional 30% high allowance for areas that couldn't be built on, and would no doubt be for part of the open space as part of the master plan or master planning of the site.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned retaining open space within the site. Has that been taken into account in terms of the developable area and the calculation of the sort of capacity?
As I said in the previous sessions, ma'am, in order to, whenever we were looking at calculating the capacities on sites, where we have we have bespoke information in terms of a proposed layout, we've tended to defer to particularly consented layouts and capacities. Where we don't have the benefit of a layout on an individual site, we apply the standard calculation. In order to assess the developable area for different size sites, we did a comprehensive exercise looking at what had been delivered over about 20 years across both Widnes and Runcorn. We looked at a range of sites in terms of small sites to the whole of Sandymore, to basically calculate the area that had been given over to housing and the area that had been given over to other supporting duties such as open space, structural landscaping, access roads, etc. And effectively that says for sites over 5 hectares, we assume that 70% of the site is deliverable in terms of developable for housing. For small sites, I believe, of less than 0.2 hectare, we assume that 100% of the site is developable for housing. And that is set out in our evidence document, which I think from memory is EL 96, but I would have to look that up for you.
Yes, I've got that, thank you. I'm just going to pause there, just in case anyone has any comments in terms of the capacity or the potential constraints on the site, just before we move on, just in case anyone wants to pick up on anything raised so far. Mr. Mitchell.
Just put my hand out. Good morning. I mean, just to pick up a couple of comments, and don't want to dwell too much time today on these ones, Ma'am, but you've got our statement as well. But just sort of reviewing a few things that have just been said. First of all, just a clarification, really. Mr. Cross defined these sites as windfalls in his sort of opening comments there. I just really wanted to remind yourself, Ma'am, that these are allocations that form part of the strategic site. So in that respect, they warrant the most rigorous testing that goes to the very heart of soundness of the plan. Our comments in our statement, we're concerned by sites R2 and R80. That's what our objection relates to. We've not raised objections to R1 or R81, just for clarity. And a couple of comments, really. I'm not aware that they've actually been actively promoted through this examination by a developer. So I don't know who owns these sites. I suspect it might be former Newtown land that the council probably owns. And they've been a site that is, it is designated as green space in the Halton UDP. So we fully appreciate your comments about, that open space study that's been missing through this examination. We see that it is sort of incidental land that's left over from the former Newtown development areas. They are constrained, they're highly constrained, they've got lots of trees and things on them, they're constrained by The sort of link roads going through the Halton area might well have noise issues and things like that there. And therefore we are concerned about the overall yield, in the potential of these sites. We're not aware that there's planning permissions on the site. We're not aware that there's been surveys in relation to trees and things like that and other constraints. And our experience generally, we do a lot of work for the house builders, is that these are the very type of sites that really net down to very little in terms of housing because of those constraints. So that really is our core of our objection. And really, final comment is, on that basis, we don't see them as developable or meeting the tests set out in NPPF, the practice guidance. And if they are available and are owned by the council, I just wonder whether the council's actually taken a resolution to release them for development, and how that sits with the open space assessment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. We'll come back to the issues in relation to deliverability. We'll just park that for a moment. In terms of the effect the allocation would have on the local and strategic highway network, can I just maybe ask Mr. Peake to comment on that, please?
Yes, ma'am. The scale of development proposed to the sites, site areas, there's no considered impact on the strategic network.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other infrastructure requirements or costs or constraints that we haven't touched on? Mr. Cross.
Not that I'm aware, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So just coming back to Mr. Mitchell's points in relation to the viability and deliverability of the site in the plan period, it would be useful if the council could set out its position in terms of your knowledge in terms of land ownership and the potential for that site to come forward realistically in the plan period.
Thank you, ma'am. Again, as I say, the site R80 was effectively, as you can probably see from the policies map, which still has the ghost of the previous link road arrangement, the slip road between the Central Expressway and the Bridgewater Expressway. Effectively, I say the site has been created or extended by the removal of that road infrastructure. The northern portion of the site was previously occupied by the Raven Public House, and that has been that portion of the site has been subject to previous planning applications. I believe I think it was for an extra care type facility, some sort of residential institution. But that application predates the completion of the roadworks and the creation of the larger site. We accept that the site, I say, does have sort of vegetation. We accept that the site hasn't been. We're not aware that it's been actively marketed. But to say the site has only been available for a short while, and it is at the back of a residential community, an attractive residential community with good access to local services. We see no reason why this site shouldn't be attractive to the market for housing, and we have confidence that it is deliverable within the plan period.
So in terms of ownership, is it as Mr. Mitchell suspected in terms of the former new town?
As I say, ma'am, a large portion of the site was previously occupied by road infrastructure. In terms of the ownership, I would have to double check. I say it may well have been part of the Mersey Gateway project. I'm not sure if it was handback land. So if it's handback land, it may well have come back to the council. Unless, as you say, there was potentially, if there was some sort of clawback arrangement from the former new town, but I would have to double check the ownership. But again, I repeat, it's at the back of a well-established residential community. It's an attractive site, where we don't see any impediment to it being delivered during the plan period.
And Mr. Cross, presumably the site typology would have been assessed through the whole plan viability assessment, albeit not individually?
Yes, ma'am. And I say obviously the whole plan viability assessment concluded that the plan was deliverable, and I don't think you had any evidence put to you to suggest otherwise. As I say, the area may well be attractive to smaller private house builders, or alternatively, it may well be attractive to the registered provider sector.
And just in terms of obviously the fact that we don't know who the owner of the site is, or owners plural, what confidence can I have that the site would come forward for development in the plan period, given the tests set out in the framework?
Again, ma'am, as I say, we're identifying it. The site's only been available for a short period following the reconfiguration of the road infrastructure. We can check the information we have on site ownership. There has been, commercial interest in developing the northern portion of the site whenever the site was smaller. So there has been previous planning applications on the part of the site. The site is in a sustainable location. I don't believe there was anything to suggest that the site wouldn't be developable within the plan period.
And in relation to the plan application on the former public house site, is that site in separate ownership then? And imagine any plan application forms. Not sure how the application was, but might have the owner of the site on. Mr. Plant, can you help us out there?
Yes, ma'am. In terms of the Raven site, which is the top of R80, the northern part is under separate ownership with Mr. Smith. An application in 2018 was an outline application, and we currently have in 2021 a reserve matters that has been submitted and is being considered for 27 apartments. In terms of the road area that Mr. Cross was on about, I believe that's in the council's ownership. There's a section of the site that I'm not sure on the ownership of, which is between Gaunt's Way and that land that was the former road area. But the substantial part appears to be in the council's ownership, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And as such, has there been consideration of the potential disposal of the site by the council?
The council does have an asset management working party that considers disposals of the sites. Certain sites, I know we were discussing the Widnes sites 45 last week. I think some of those sites are waiting for the local plan to get to a more advanced stage before those disposals are considered, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Cross, is the hope that once it's formally allocated, that would potentially spur the landowner and potentially the council into action? And then what role might the council take in helping to bring it forward?
Yes, I believe so, ma'am. And I was just using the figures that Mr. Plant's just quoted. I would just note that the DALP is assuming a development capacity on the whole of R80 of 48 units, and the apartment scheme, which is only occupies a very small portion at the top of the site, probably about a fifth of the site, is coming forward for 27 units, again showing that the developing assumptions and the plan are realistic or on the conservative side. As Mr. Plant says, the council does have an asset disposal working party. So we basically, where we do have surplus assets, there is Property Services Department does seek to bring those forward to the market, and for disposal. I think we've made reference to that in the previous session on the sites in Hale Bank, I believe W45. where they're basically bringing those forward in the next couple of years. We also have a major projects department, a regeneration department, who does basically get involved in the promotion of development across the border. So again, I say we have every confidence that this site is developable and deliverable within the planned period.
Okay, thank you. I mean, it would be useful just to double check the ownership of the site, if I can leave that as an action point. And obviously, you'll be aware that the tests in the framework are quite high in terms of deliverability. Just in terms of the timescale for the development, given the position set out, what stage did the council envisage the site coming forward?
I'm just double checking on the spreadsheet what it was currently showing as.
I think it was it was a small site lead-in of 7 years, build rate of 20.
That's certainly the usual assumption. Oops.
I mean,
yes, I would assume that will be the case.
Just given where the site is at now, and potentially the previously developed site of the part of the site may come forward sooner, but just in terms of the remainder of the site, R1, is it realistic given that there aren't any planning applications, no site investigations? We're not entirely clear who the landowner is. Would it be realistic for R1 to come forward sooner? And would the council envisage it coming forward potentially as part of a broader scheme? Could it come forward separately to R80, for example? Maybe just explain your thoughts on that, please.
Yes, ma'am. I believe the site R1 would have been identified initially. I say R80, the size of the site or the shape of the site has morphed with the reconfiguration of the roads behind. I've not personally seen the application on the former Ravens site, so I don't know whether that maintains access through to the remainder of R80, or if that is developed, whether then access would have to come through R1, in which case obviously a comprehensive scheme involving the remaining area of R80 and R1 would have to be envisaged.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Peake, just picking up that point, whether the sites can be developed sort of separately and from an access point of view. Do you have a view, Mr. Peake, in terms of the accessibility of site R1 without relying on R80?
Ma'am, I can only utilise knowledge of the existing application in 2018 for the former Raven site. That particular layout that is coming in for reserve matters doesn't cater for onward movements into the adjacent site. And having a quick look at the map, the access to R80 would have to come through site R1. Caveat unless the current owner of the northern portion, the former Raven site, comes forward and offers the land for a change. Obviously, if they came forward with a potential link with the remaining area of R80, then obviously that would change matters. But if the build out of the apartments went forward as planned, that would sort of stifle the options to develop the site unless R1 was used.
Sorry, just to be clear on that. In terms of the application at the northern part of the site, does that not have its own access point on in terms of the former pub?
Yeah, the former pub is accessed from a roadway to the north, which is Eagles Way. Eagles Way is to the north. Gaunt's Way runs north-south and connects to Eagles Way at this sort of at the site location. So the current layout for 2018 application number, as I say, it is a reserve matters application, but it appears like it is moving on that direction. The site is accessed straight off the termination of Eagles Way into the site. So that's how the northern site is accessed. Obviously, if that site hadn't come forward and that was still R80 in its entirety, the site could be accessed from the north off Eagles Way. But if that option runs away because of the potential development of the former Raven pub site, then the only option to access R80 would be via R1.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's difficult without the benefit of a crystal ball, really, to envisage how the site's going to come forward. But given the application, there seems potential for the previously developed part of the site to come forward separately and potentially sooner. In terms of the remainder of the site, I guess, is that potentially accessible separately? And, you know, what sort of timescales would you look at for the remainder of the site? That's for Mr. Cross.
Oh, sorry, ma'am. Yes, well, I say in terms of the standard assumptions for a small site, we assume a 7-year lead-in.
I guess I'm questioning how realistic that might be.
Again, I say whenever we undertake the SLA, we do look at the lead-in times, and I say those are the assumptions are reflective of what's been experienced between sites being identified and site generating units. We think it is quite cautious. It's a small site. It's liable to have, I say, a build out of no more than 2 or 3 years. So if the site is capable of being brought forward within the next 12 years, all the units would be delivered, would realistically be delivered within the plan period. So even if it slips by another 7 years, it would still generate units within the plan period.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to dwell on that too much longer. Any other comments at this stage in terms of the developability and the timescales and rate of development? No, okay. And we have, just moving on, it's probably worth now looking at our 80. I mean, obviously we have discussed it in the context of R1. Were there any other comments that we haven't, in terms of things that we haven't addressed? Obviously, it is identified as being a core biodiversity area. It's a green space designation. I'm assuming your comments, Mr. Cross, are the same in relation to that. Just picking up the point on R80 about the proximity to the expressway and the embankment, and the potential to sort of limit that part of the site, and any potential constraints in terms of noise for future occupiers of the site. Can you just say how that's been taken into account of?
Yes, ma'am. As I say, the site has only recently been formed in its current configuration due to the reconfiguration of adjacent road infrastructure. There is an embankment at the back of the site, so I think the road is elevated behind the site. I say we haven't undertaken site-specific work to establish the capacity. It's based on the notional, the standard calculation. Although I say, as it was just commented, that about a fifth of the site is currently under consideration, application under consideration on about a fifth of the site will deliver about 50% of the notional capacity. So we're quite confident that in its totality the site is capable of generating the number of units proposed or identified using the standard calculation in the plan.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the factors within a core biodiversity area, presumably that relates to the wooded part of the site. Presumably you would envisage that being retained in order to help to provide a buffer to the highway?
As I said, ma'am, there are level differences at the back of the site. We have discussed the core biodiversity area at previous sessions, and it's one of our actions is to basically define the core biodiversity areas for inclusion on the map, on the policies map.
Okay, thank you. And again, just looking through the list of potential constraints, the large water main runs through the site. Not sure if that was picked up in terms of the planning application and within the outer Haddy zone. Did the planning application, Mr. Plant, sort of address the issue of the large water main and help to pin its location down?
Ma'am, the location is definitely known because it was recently moved as part of the Mersey Gateway in that area. Certainly to the top of the site near the application, it was relocated as part of the Mersey Gateway. I haven't got the layout to hand, but I know it was moved certainly at the top of the site near the Hallwood Raven area, so it was known as part of the application.
Okay, thank you. Any other constraints that we're aware of or infrastructure requirements? No. And in terms of viability and deliverability, obviously with the planning application, there's interest in developing certainly the previously developed part of the site, which shows a greater certainty in terms of the development coming forward on that particular part of the site. And Mr. Plant, in terms of discussions, was there any indication in terms of what the developer's intentions were?
It appears to be for him to deliver it, ma'am. Normally in this location, it will be registered providers that I would have expected to be more interested, but he does seem to be bringing it forward himself.
Okay, and I don't suppose you mentioned timescales.
I'm not aware of any particular timescales. However, ma'am, the outline permission was only granted relatively recently, so within the last year, and obviously he's moved forward to a reserve matters, so it does indicate sort of a movement on the site at pace. Okay, thank you. And Mr. Cross, you've highlighted R80 is 7.5 years with a build rate of 30. Does that sound realistic?
I would say, again, it sounds like, particularly in relation to the site that's coming forward, as being cautious, as the scheme of apartments are liable to be delivered as a block rather than basically being delivered over a number of years, I would imagine.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mitchell, did you have any other comments, or have you made your points?
I think they're in our statement, Ma'am, just referred to that. It's matter R2 and R80 are our concerns. And to be honest, I think it's just probably the sort of sites that if you've not visited, you just need to walk and go and have a look at yourself to see how developable they actually are. They have a lot of constraints associated with them. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, I have obviously visited the sites. Okay then. So in terms of R80 and R1, are there any additional comments before we move on? No. Okay, just moving on to R2 and land to the east of Kestrel's Way. Mr. Cross, I'm assuming the standard formula for density was applied in relation to this site?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is this site which included the district heating plan from the former Southgate Newtown neighbourhood. Can you just explain a little bit more about that, please?
Yes, ma'am. Holmwood Park is basically the redevelopment of the former Newtown estate known as Southgate. Had rather unique architecture. Designed by Mr. Stirling of Stirling Prize fame. It did have, the estate did have a district heating plant. It became difficult to let. It had problems of antisocial behaviour and was subsequently demolished and replaced by more traditional housing in terms of the Holmwood Park estate. R2, whilst the site obviously does loop round the link road, the main developable area is the northern portion of the site, which I say was formerly the site of the district heating plant. I think there have been previous applications on the site for more residential institution type developments, but certainly the northern portion would lend itself again to potentially an apartment type scheme. The land that's the former district heating plant is in the ownership of Homes England.
Okay, thank you. So it'd be more the northern portion of the site which is likely to be developed, because the southern part is quite heavily wooded, quite steep in parts.
Yes, ma'am. I say that part of the site is, lends itself more to development and in other parts. Obviously, whenever we're going through, you will see that, some of the sites are more attractive, or some of the sites are easier to develop than others. However, as we are looking at going into the green belt, I'm sure you would expect us to have looked at all reasonable opportunities for finding additional housing sites within the urban area. So some of the sites are less ideal than others, and we would say the southern portion of this site potentially falls in that category. It is slightly constrained. However, as I say, the northern portion is owned by Homes England. It has had previous applications with OE for a residential institution type development, and it would lend itself to an apartment type scheme.
And in terms of the capacity, I do appreciate, obviously, that you've applied a standard approach to the capacity, but where there are known sort of potential constraints, I suppose I would have expected that to be taken into account in terms of the likely developable area of the site. Is that the case in relation to this site?
I say, ma'am, it's a small site that's identified as potential for only 43 dwellings. I say we're confident that number could easily be accommodated if an apartment scheme at the northern portion of the site. So again, we haven't applied site-specific calculation to this site, but we think that the figure in the plan is entirely realistic.
And in terms of the ownership of the site with Homes England, have they indicated their intentions in terms of bringing the site forward? And what sort of planning applications have been submitted in the past on the site? Were those by Homes England?
Truth be told, ma'am, I think the site had, slightly slipped off the radar. They're more focused on the Warford Farm and South Sandymore area at present. So I'm not aware that they've undertaken any active work recently on the site. In terms of the previous applicants, I would have to look that up. But I think it was possibly a registered provider rather than Homes England.
Mr. Plant, can you help to clarify for us, please?
Ma'am, the application was back in 2010 and it was submitted on behalf of the Halton Autistic Family Support Group, and it was for a 2-storey community centre and centre of excellence with car parking. But unfortunately, it didn't go forward. I think it was due to funding.
Okay, thank you. But the fact that Homes England own the site is a positive factor in many ways in helping to bring the site forward. I mean, again, in terms of timescales, you've indicated a 7-year lead-in time and a 20 unit build rate per annum.
Yes, ma'am. I say the standard figures.
And you mentioned that obviously Homes England are rather busy in relation to other sites, more strategic sites at the moment. Do you think that would have an implication in terms of the, when the site might come forward?
I wouldn't necessarily think that follows, ma'am. I say obviously they have been bringing Sandymore South to market, and that effectively, should be off of their hands in the next year or so. I say they are obviously looking at Warford Farm, but I say this is a small site. It's immediate access onto the highway network. It's a very sustainable location. I don't think it basically needs a lot of de-risking from their part in terms of to make the site attractive. Again, I say the site may well be more attractive to RSLs, or particularly to RSLs. But to say I don't think we have any information to suggest that a 7-year lead-in is overly optimistic.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments in terms of the deliverability of the site? Mr. Mitchell, you've made your points, I think. Okay, thank you. Alrighty. Yeah, just now looking at R81. Mr. Cross, can you just give us a little bit of background to how that site was identified?
Again, yes, ma'am. I say this is a site partially. I think it's partially in council ownership. It lies to the south of the hospital and the south of the ambulance station. The area of green space located to the north and east of the site is a large play park, which is, I think, just been put in or certainly improved by the council over the last 5 years. This is basically seen as a development opportunity located behind the ambulance station, but still retaining the more wooded area to the south as open space.
Okay, thank you. I had a note that it's is that area of open space the Glen Local Wildlife Site on the southern part of the site?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So it's proposed to retain that as part of any scheme?
Yes, ma'am. You can see that the area of green space is retained on the policies map.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of other potential constraints, did the site assessment highlight any other constraints that we need to be aware of in relation to this site?
Sorry, ma'am, I'm just trying to find the site assessment for it. as I say, the overall assessment in terms of the sustainability showed to say that the biodiversity is the only potential negative impact. The actual site of pro forma. Sorry, I've got it now. It's not within flood risk. It doesn't. It's generally flat. Doesn't have good ground conditions. No heritage issues. There is obviously, I say, the adjacent wildlife site. Part of the site is wooded. As I say, the proposal is to retain the adjacent site. So no, I don't think that additional physical constraints were any prohibitive physical constraints were identified, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Peake, in relation to the access to the site and the impact on the local road network?
Yes, ma'am. This one has had some informal pre-apps in the past that I've been involved with, so I'm aware of the site. There is considered to be access from the adopted network that's sufficient to sustain residential development. In terms of strategic impact on the network, it's not a huge site, therefore there's no detrimental impact expected. Okay, thank you. And Mr. Peake, I just realised I forgot to bring you in terms of the allocation at R2 land east of Kestrel's Way. Were there any highway concerns in relation to that site just before we move on? I'd concur with colleagues, ma'am, that the northern portion of the site is likely to come forward for development. I've had a quick look at the planning application from 2010 that was referred to by Mr. Plant, and although that application was withdrawn, it did demonstrate that access could be taken off the adopted highway network, and again, scale of development would not have a significant detrimental effect on the local or strategic highway network. Oh, okay, thank you. That's useful. And now we're just returning to R1. In terms of the developability and viability of the site, you mentioned that part of the site is in council ownership, Mr. Cross. Is that the developable part of the site?
Sorry, ma'am, I think that was in relation to R80. Oh, okay, sorry, not R81. So do you know what the ownership is in relation to R81? I don't have that to hand. Maybe Mr. Plant might have personal knowledge of that. R81, ma'am, part of the site that relates to the park that Mr. Cross mentioned is in council ownership. I think the land to the west of that, so below the ambulance station, I think may be owned by the Homes and Communities Agency. On that site, the planning history shows a 2007 outline application submitted by the fire service, which included 38 two-storey houses. This application was withdrawn, but I don't know for what reason. But certainly on that portion of the site, it shows up to 38. It was an outline application, ma'am. Okay, so there has been some interest in the past, and in relation to Homes England involvement. Unfortunately, I'm assuming that I can't, on the system I'm on, I can't see the application form to confirm who was the landowner at the time. Okay, perhaps. Given the land ownership in the area, I'm assuming that's... Okay. I mean, it might be helpful just to, if it's possible, just to check that in terms of the ownership. Is that possible, Mr. Plant or Mr. Cross? I can try and check who the landowner was for that application back then. Thank you. Okay, in terms of viability, it would have been assessed through the whole plan viability appraisal as part of the
the sort of site typologies. And how does the council envisage that the site would be brought forward for development, and how realistic is it that the site would come forward within the plan period?
Again, ma'am, I say we believe the site is a suitable site in a sustainable location. It has had some developer interest or applications interest in the past. I say we believe we own part of the site. We think there's no evidence to suggest that this site shouldn't be delivered within the plan period.
I mean, just a sort of a general point. I appreciate the difficulty of not having a crystal ball, but obviously in terms of allocating sites in the plan, the onus for demonstrating deliverability does rest with the council, and there is an element of uncertainty as to when these sites come to the market, and I do appreciate obviously that these are smaller sites and possibly have a less active landowner looking to bring the sites forward, and it may be that the allocation of the site helps to generate that interest and bring the site forward sooner. But obviously, from my point of view, I have to be satisfied that these sites will come forward in the plan period. So I'm sure you appreciate the difficult position it puts me in when we don't have greater certainty as to when those sites are likely to come forward. So unless there has been developer interest and sort of planning applications put forward, I guess my inclination would be to put them towards the back end of the plan period. That may be being overly pessimistic, I don't know. But if the site comes forward sooner than that would not necessarily be an issue in terms of housing land supply. But in terms of, I think from previous discussions, I think in the early and mid parts of the plan period, there would be a fairly steady supply of housing land. But just to put a note of caution, I guess, where we don't have greater certainty, so my inclination would be to put those sites, if there hasn't been developer interest by way of a planning application, to put those towards the back end of the plan period. Is that something that the council sort of accept that approach and look at that in terms of the trajectory?
Of course, ma'am. As I say, the standard approach in this law is, as I say, to look at the lead-ins for sites depending on where they are in the plan process or the pipeline, the development process. I say where sites don't have the benefit of any planning permission, as I say, for small sites we assume the 7-year lead-in, for medium sites 7.5, and for larger sites an 8-year lead-in. Obviously, I say that's an average, and I say where there haven't been pre-apps or whatever. So I say if we want to push some of the sites backwards in terms of the timetable of them potentially being available, then that's not something that's problematic. The SLA obviously is not an estimate of delivery; it's an estimate of potential supply. And hence the fact that we tend to have the artificial zigzag sort of a sawtooth pattern in terms of delivery, where you apply the standard assumptions. You have the sites that are identified as deliverable, deliverable already having the benefit of permission, which sort of tail off or spike and tail off during the initial sort of five or so year period, and then we have these additional sites that are are in the developable category, and they say yes, they do tend to almost like bunch up in terms of the standard assumptions of basically coming, being potentially available in years 7 or 8. To say that's not the council's position that they will be developed in year 7 or 8. It's their calculation that they could be developed in 7 or 8. But I say in terms of going through the individual sites, where there's a bit more, you feel there's more degree of uncertainty, we're quite happy to push those ones back in the pipeline.
I think that may be wise, really, rather than relying on, and it kind of, I don't, as I say, I don't think there would be an issue, given the discussions. Developers are obviously keen to bring forward sites as soon as possible. Can I just clarify as well, when you say 7-year lead-in time, what base date do you take that from? When what point in time are you taking that 7-year time period from? Because that obviously influences really how soon they're likely to come forward from now.
We effectively, each time we undertake the SLA, I say if the site hasn't got permission or hasn't entered the development pipeline, then I say it's basically we assume 7 years from the base date of the SLA. So we would assume 7 years from today if it hasn't got. I'd say if it hasn't entered development pipeline, if we haven't had pre-apps or it hasn't had outline, an outline application. As again, I say in terms of it as set out in the SLA, the table, the lead-in times. So in terms of sites that do have the benefit of outline permission, we apply certain assumptions in terms of lead-in for them to secure the detailed consent, get on site and start generating units. And similarly for sites that do have full consent, again, I say we apply a much shorter lead-in time. I think for larger sites it's about, so is it 1 year? I think we apply for a site having the benefit of full consent. So I say it's standard assumptions in terms of the potential supply. I say it's, as potential supply is not predicted completions, hence the fact that you will see in the previous slide that, I say at the middle period, there are some years where it sort of shows, capacities or potential supply of over 1,000. And I suspect whenever we complete the numbers with all the developers telling us that they're going to be on site in 2 years, I say similarly we will see quite high numbers in the early years.
Okay, thank you. So it would be 7 years from now. I mean, you referred to the SLA base date, but that hasn't. The revised version hasn't officially been published. But are you talking in terms of the sort of update to the SLA, really?
Yes, ma'am. I say we've got your running totals table for matter 17, and I say we're populating that with lead-in times. I say we're happy to push these sites. That you have concern about. I say the lack of permissions or previous applications. I say we'll push those back in the time frame.
Thank you. I mean, it is difficult, and I fully appreciate your point about Greenbelt release and the need to encourage sites to come forward within the urban area. And that is a sort of a difficult balancing act in many ways. Okay, so I think that wraps up my questions in terms of. Sorry, Mr. Plant, did you have an additional point?
I've just managed to clarify the ownership. So the 2007 application was actually on council land and at the bottom of the park. The other part of the site appears to be Homes and Communities Agency, but the last record that we have is back in 1982 for the Development Corporation. But I don't think it will have changed hands since then.
Okay, that's really helpful, Mr. Plant. Right. Any other points in terms of strategic site 5, Halton Lea, before we move on? Mr. Mitchell, yes.
Yeah, so can I just ask? It's just a clarification point about the SLA. We said 7 years from the SLA. The evidence-based version is the October 2017 version. Yeah, and I'm just perhaps nothing more than clarity. in terms of it. But we're yet to see the updated version. That's not been made available to any participants. But I'm just assuming that as part of that, there has been a reasonable review of all the sites that have come forward, because a lot of the sites, especially in relation to the new town, have been around forever. The former new town land that have been considered or an application in, it's never come forwards. And I suppose at some point, one has to take a view that a site that might have been in a 2021 SLA and a 2017 SLA and an earlier SLA might never actually come forward. And I'm at a sort of disadvantage because I obviously haven't seen any of the more recent work that we're talking about as well. So I just wanted to know when that would be available and how that might affect the the discussions that we're having, really. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. I believe it is in hand. I think COVID hasn't helped progress on the update of the SLA, and we have to sort of be pragmatic about these things. But Mr. Cross, can you just clarify, when an updated version might be available? I think the view of the council was it didn't want to confuse matters by publishing it very late in the day. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, and I say it was just there's some technical gremlins introducing the individual site pro formas, but I say yes. I say it's obviously having a raft of figures available whenever we're coming into the examination. Obviously, you have asked us to basically create an updated schedule, and we're populating that as we go. I say in terms of, we can either publish that showing the standard assumptions that the council would have used and the assumptions that have now been agreed by the developers, or we can simply just publish the more simple set with the assumptions agreed on individual sites by developers. Again, Mr. Mitchell, just coming on to something Mr. Mitchell said, I mean, he's basically he's taking, he's questioning some of the new town sites. I mean, obviously, we've had the separate session on Sandymore and Borford Farm last week. I think we covered that, and we did give you the history as to the background to the former Newtown area of Sandymore, the background to why development did stall for a period, and that effectively, whenever we went through the individual sites, I think you had the certainty that the majority of the sites are actually already either consented or under construction, and the remaining large area of R29 is actively being brought to the market by Homes England as we speak. So I'm not sure the raft of new town sites that is causing particular concern.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Richard, did you want to respond to that?
It was more the procedural point, Ma'am, about the examination that we are relying on, and the evidence that supports the local plan is the October 2017 SLA, and of course we've not seen any of the more recent work. So I suppose it's a question for you rather than the council as to how that's going to be taken into account if there's all sorts of new information published, really.
I mean, the examination sessions are public sessions available for everyone to view, and in a way, we're testing the sites, we're going through the sites, we're looking at the site constraints, the site access, the developability of the sites, and based on the most up-to-date information from developers and from the council in terms of their knowledge. And asking Mr. Cross to prepare the most up-to-date trajectory to reflect that. So from that point of view, I'm not sure how much more up-to-date the position could be in relation to individual sites. Clearly, as discussed today, there are some sites where there's less certainty, and so it's my inclination to push those back to the end of the plan period. But certainly in relation to the other sites discussed in the hearing sessions, there has been a very thorough discussion on those sites, and without preempting or prejudging the outcome of myself and Mr. Troy's determination on those sites, in most cases the developer has been present, and there's been a discussion in terms of the potential start dates based on the most up-to-date position of the consultant's clients, and sort of most up-to-date knowledge and a trajectory prepared. I think in pretty much all cases that's been agreed with the council, so we have an agreed up-to-date position in terms of the deliverability and output from those sites. So I take your point. Obviously, the latest law hasn't been published. I'm not sure it would necessarily, unless there are additional sites which have been identified to bring into play, which having gone through the SLA and looked at it has been pretty thorough, I would say. So unless there are new sites which have come to fruition since then, Mr. Cross may be able to clarify that. But I'm not sure really whether we could be in a more up-to-date position given the discussions and the fact that developers have come along and sort of set out the most up-to-date and realistic position on those sites. So the council may wish to add to that, but that would be my view.
So we've got a hybrid of the SLA, reliant on the SLA 2017 SLA for the sites that haven't been promoted through the examination or updated information, but I fully accept that everything else that's been promoted, we've got a far more accurate position on. Okay, practicalities and COVID, very difficult.
I think we have to be pragmatic, and obviously, I don't think anybody would want to be in a position of seeing the progression of the plan slowed down through the planning system. And Mr. Cross, in terms of obviously your team have been updating the SLA. Do you see any potential, sort of further new sites coming to fruition? Has the situation changed in relation to the sites and the housing land situation? Any new sites that we're not currently aware of, for example?
No, ma'am. The SLA was basically, I'm sure that Mr. Mitchell, his colleagues, previously had a pop at the SLA at earlier examinations. I think one of the criticisms was that it had too many sites in it. It was basically we first identified sites through urban capacity. They then rolled into SLA. The SLA is very, very comprehensive. It has been very comprehensive. So all the sites that were identified in 2017 are the same sites. The only additions will be sites that have come through the development control process, and they will have been reported in the annual monitoring report to housing land availability. But I say they all have come through development control and basically will be consented and potentially already generating completions. But I think that there's, from memory, let's say I can't think of any individual sites that are new. I say very small sites, maybe pub conversions and what have you. That's the only additions from 2017.
Okay, thank you. And obviously, in relation to the other smaller sites, I'm aware Mr. Mitchell Klein's made representations, and we'll be focusing on those after the break. Which, unless anyone's got any other comments, I think it would be useful just to break early. And have a break before consideration of the sites P1 and P2, which will just to explain the approach. I think, obviously, given Greenbelt release, there will be more thorough discussion on those sites. Clearly, in Runcorn, a significant number of sites have been identified, and it wouldn't be good use of examination time to go through each and every one of those. Some of those sites have planning permission, and where that's the case, I just propose really to very simply confirm the planning status of that site, whether the site's under construction. And so we will be focusing on sites where constraints have been identified, which could, potentially preclude or restrict the capacity on the site, or where, for example, there's a green space designation, or where issues of viability and deliverability have been raised. That very much narrows down the discussion. As I said, I think it would be a good use of hearing time to go through each and every site. And obviously, I've seen all of the sites. So where I may have concerns, I will be flagging that up for discussion. So if participants are agreeable to that approach to the smaller sites, in broad terms, brilliant. Well, as I say, we'll take a short break. Is everyone happy to come back, say, about 11:15? Yeah, brilliant. Okay, we shall see you then. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Just give everyone the opportunity to switch their cameras back on. Thank you. Okay, moving on to the two proposed allocations at Preston on the Hill. Mr. Cross, I think it may help to make more efficient use of hearing time just to give a brief summary in terms of the background to these allocations, but also, as per earlier this morning, in terms of the accessibility of the site to local services, if you could cover that up front, and it saves repeating that on each site. But I think as the sites are in separate ownerships, I think in terms of the looking at the greenbelt issues and also constraints, it would be useful to deal with those as separate sites. But yes, if you can just start with that overview in terms of the background to the site allocations, but also in terms of accessibility, that would be useful. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. The two sites are basically covered in document EL009. Site P1 is assessed as a group site, Group AE, in terms of the Greenbelt study, and Site P2, I believe, is assessed as Group Site AD. Both group sites are assessed as making a limited contribution towards the purposes of including land within the green belt. In terms of access to services, they were effectively, the access to a bus stop, a bus service runs down the main road. Have access to employment. There's nearby large employment areas. Probably one point of correction is that I think both assessments say they're not within 600 metres of the local centre. That would be because Preston Brook Spar Shop would not been identified as a local centre in the UDP. It was present, but to say it wasn't identified in the UDP. That is now identified as a local centre within the proposed BALP. So effectively, both will be within the requisite 600 metres walk of a local centre. They were identified as being within 1 kilometre of a GP and a health centre and within 800 metres of a public park.
Okay, thank you. And I'm assuming the situation in relation to education is the same.
Yes, ma'am. I think the nearest primary school would be Daresbury Primary School that we were discussing yesterday. And the nearest secondary school will be Ormiston Bolingbroke Academy in Murdishaw, but it is probably just out with the requisite distance.
Okay, thank you. And just in terms of the council's overall approach to Preston Brook, how does the council see that in terms of the forming part of the sort of wider urban area?
Yes, ma'am. Obviously, in producing the DALP, we were faced with quite a challenge to identify sufficient land to meet the identified development requirements. That has necessitated looking at quite substantial areas of greenbelt release, and these areas on the edge of the existing belt area were considered suitable for potential greenbelt release. Obviously, that does mean now that the previously separate settlement of Preston on the Hill is effectively subsumed into the wider urban area.
Okay, thank you. Any other points in terms of the sort of background to those sites? Thank you. Just moving on now to look at the planning history, if we can focus on P1 for now, in terms of the discussion moving forward. Are there any planning applications on the site? I mean, obviously the site's occupied and in use currently.
As you say, ma'am, a large portion of the site is used for the current Escape electric motorbike scramble track business. I believe the site owner is represented here today. I'm not aware of any residential applications or substantive residential applications covering the bulk of the site.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Ms. Jones. If you could unmute yourself, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Just to give a bit of an update on that possession, our client owns the southern portion of P1, which makes up the larger part of that draft allocation. There has been a electronic motocross taking place on that land that was granted permission in 2010, and there's existing buildings on there in connection with that use. That business had been closed now as a result of COVID, and it won't be reopening, unfortunately. There's been operational issues at the site anyway, and they have been looking to relocate for some time. But COVID and a series of break-ins really has been the final nail in the coffin, if you like. And they have submitted an application, which I don't think has been validated yet, for conversion and redevelopment of the existing buildings to residential use. So that's just restricted to a relatively small portion of the site. But that is, it's not been validated or in the process of being validated. So there is a live application there.
So thank you for that update. So the potential change of use of the existing buildings, it would just literally be the existing buildings, not the wider site.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm guessing your client doesn't want to preempt the outcome of any discussions here today in putting an application in for the wider site.
Sorry, ma'am. Could you repeat that?
I'm guessing your client doesn't want to preempt any discussions in terms of the outcome of our consideration of the site. But just, I mean, it's moving on to the agenda further down a little bit, but in terms of the future sort of intentions of your client in terms of the wider site?
Yes. So they're in very advanced discussions regarding the sale of that land and entering a period of exclusivity. It just so happens that the most commercially attractive offer is also from a registered provider of affordable housing, and a draft site layout has been produced. A number of initial studies have been undertaken to inform that. I think there have been some initial discussions with the council as well, and the intention is to submit a planning application immediately after adoption of the plan for the wider site. So the conversion of the buildings, that's entirely compatible with the layout that's been prepared.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the site area and dwelling capacities, Mr. Cross, has that been on the basis of the standard formula? It's obviously identified for around 117 dwellings.
Yes, ma'am, it was the standard formula.
Okay, and Ms. Jones, just obviously, I appreciate that there's been some initial master planning work, but in terms of the capacity of the site as identified by the council, does that sound realistic in terms of the initial work carried out on site?
Yes, ma'am. The layout that's been produced is for 100 dwellings on our client's portion of the P1 draft allocation. So there is a further parcel in the northern portion of that which could accommodate additional development. So possibly slightly conservative, but broadly in line with the master planning exercise that's been undertaken.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Cross, in terms of the findings of the Greenbelt review, you know the score in terms of just taking us through the Greenbelt assessment of the site and its contribution to the Greenbelt purposes. If you'd like to start us off.
Yes, ma'am. For ease, I say it's probably easiest to refer to the group site, and the document I referred to, group site AE, which is identified as making a limited contribution. In terms of restrictive constraints, nothing, no prohibitive constraints. It did recognise that there were a couple of listed buildings in the vicinity within 200 metres. There's no hazardous installations.
Can I just can I just slow you down a bit? Just focus on the Greenbelt side of things, please.
Yeah, sorry, ma'am. I'm quoting from the Greenbelt study.
Okay.
In terms of purpose one, the site was identified as being partially contained. In terms of purpose two, it was basically identified that it didn't contribute towards the merging of neighbouring towns. The nearest town is Warrington, and the gap in this location is over 5 kilometres. The site is largely in a non-countryside use. And in terms of encroachment, the site is bounded on all three. The wider site is bounded on all three sides by roads. So the potential to create strong boundaries, if they were to be the edge of the Greenbelt, is there to basically prevent the countryside from further encroachment. And obviously, as previously mentioned, purpose 4 and 5 were not specifically assessed on individual sites.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cross. I'd just like to open up the discussion in terms of the contribution of the site to Greenbelt purposes. Perhaps starting with Ms. James, does your client agree with the assessment in the Greenbelt study?
Yes, generally speaking, our client agrees with the assessment that the site, when we're looking at potential release from the Greenbelt, it makes a lesser contribution to the Greenbelt purposes than a number of the other sites that have been assessed, and it's also previously developed land in terms of the character of the site, so it is the obvious choice really when you're looking at potentials if you do have to release land from the Greenbelt.
Okay, thank you. Any opposing views in terms of the contribution site makes to Greenbelt purposes? Before we move on, I don't have any other questions on that point. Okay, then I'll take that as a no. Just looking at the potential effect of the proposed development on Greenbelt purposes, in terms of it being brought forward, Mr. Cross, what do you consider would be the potential impact?
As I say, ma'am, the site is bounded on all sides by roads, so it can be brought forward without risking further encroachment. The site, as I say, assessed as performing a very limited Greenbelt function. We think its loss is not significant, and it forms a logical extension to the urban area in a broadly sustainable location.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jones, you still have your hand up. Was that from previously, or did you have a further point to make? Did you want to add to Mr. Cross's points in terms of the effect of the development?
It was a legacy hand, ma'am, but yeah, I would agree that it's well contained by physical features, as which the framework makes it very clear that will be a key consideration when you're looking at future defensible boundaries.
Okay, thank you. And just moving on to the scope, really for any compensatory improvements to offset the loss. of the land from the Greenbelt. Mr. Cross, do you want to start us off?
Again, the site is a reasonable size. There will be opportunities for improvement to certain features possibly within the site. We think the land holding is, we are not aware that the landowner has additional land holdings in the area, so the scope for off-site improvements may be somewhat limited.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Jones, do you just want to clarify that point in terms of the wider land ownership, but also the extent to which the initial master planning work has looked at the scope for compensatory improvements?
Yeah, so I don't believe they own any wider land within the area. They have been looking, as I say, to relocate. I can't confirm categorically that they have no land at all, but certainly they've been undergoing a process of considering alternative sites for the business. In terms of of compensation that could take place within the site, there's ample scope there. The initial assessments that have been undertaken for ecology identified that it's species poor with large areas of bare ground. It's been heavily disturbed due to the nature of the uses that have been taking place there. So there is significant opportunity to enhance the landscape and ecological value of that and the wider setting of the Greenbelt.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of exceptional circumstances to release the land from the Greenbelt, Mr. Cross, obviously you have the strategic aspect in terms of the need for housing. Are there any site-specific factors which would form the council's case for exceptional circumstances?
In this instance, no, ma'am. I say it's principally it's the strategic case for the need for identifying additional land.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jones.
Yes, I would agree that the results of the Greenbelt assessment and the limited contribution that the group site makes to the Greenbelt purposes is one of the very special circumstances in the context of needing additional land. And not being able to provide that without a Greenbelt release, but also the fact that this is a previously developed site and that redevelopment on that basis is preferable to a greenfield site.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the potential adverse impacts of the development, Mr. Cross, I mean, obviously the issue of the potential contaminated pond arises again in this case. I don't know if any site assessment work has clarified the position in relation to that, Ms. James.
I can't specifically clarify in relation to the pond. There was a death-based study undertaken which didn't identify any cause for concern regarding historic land uses at the site. So we do think that pond it's probably just had a little bit of tipping in it, debris from previous agricultural uses. But yeah, the history of the site in terms of the assessment that's been undertaken hasn't identified any uses that would give rise to any particular concerns regarding serious contamination. So it's just really something that would be addressed at the application stage.
Okay, wouldn't preclude development coming forward. Obviously, it's been identified as an area of special landscape value, Mr. Cross. Presumably within a broader character area.
Yes, ma'am. It's covered under the Preston on the Hill undulating enclosed farmland, part of the landscape character assessment, which again, as with all sites in the landscape character assessment, covers quite a broad area. So that's more looking, I say, at Preston on the Hill to the east.
It doesn't seem to have the characteristics of that broader area.
No, ma'am. It's I say there's I mean, part of the site is, particularly the adjacent site P2 is quite visible from the motorway because I say you are coming down into a dip where we have the canal and the railway line and the various water courses, and then I say you're rising back up towards the motorway junction. The site is quite separate from the surrounding countryside. I say obviously it forms a bit of a dip with the plateau, if you like, and the low underlying woodland farmland to the east. I say it doesn't perform, well in greenbelt functionality. We don't think it has particularly strong landscape character. I say part of the site or half of the site is currently in use for effectively a leisure use, the scrambling track. You can just see from the aerial photographs, even in the greenbelt study, just the impact of that has on the character of the wider site.
Okay, thank you. Mr. James, did you want to add to that? Could you unmute yourself, please?
Sorry, Ma'am. Yeah, just I think Mr. Cross covered what I was going to say, but just to reiterate, it is a heavily engineered landscape, which is quite separate to the surrounding countryside, and it doesn't contain any significant elements of or features that contribute strongly to that wider area.
Okay, thank you. Just looking at the site assessment, Mr. Cross, the pond, I know I couldn't actually access the interior of the site. I didn't want to, I think the site was closed up, but apparently the pond has been identified as a stepping stone feature within the city region ecological network. So I guess, Mr. Cross, could you just clarify the position in relation to that and what impact that may have in terms of the site?
Sorry, ma'am, I'm just looking at the area photography and I'm struggling to identify the location of the pond.
Yeah, as I say, I couldn't actually access the interior of the site. I can't see it on Google Maps, I have to say, but on the site plans that you provided to us, there is a tiny pond just north of the access road, which and there's a sort of a hedge. Looks like there's a hedge going across the site just north of the access road. There appears to be a pond in there, but it is very, very small.
I'm sure if it's considered of value, it would be incorporated in the wider design for the development of the site.
I know this has come up on other sites, hasn't it? This sort of stepping stone feature. I just wondered what sort of status that had and the potential effect on the site. Mrs. James, I'm anticipating you telling me that it would be incorporated as part of any scheme or.
But both of the ponds have actually been identified as being of really low ecological value, and one of them isn't a permanent pond, which may be why you can't identify it. So there's one on the northern boundary and one in the body in the centre of the site. They are both very, very small features. I don't think the current layout has incorporated those just because they were considered to be of such low value in ecological terms. But certainly that's something that could be addressed, and I'm sure the layout could be tweaked if there were an issue there, but certainly the ecological assessments that have been undertaken suggest that they're not of ecological value currently.
Okay, thank you. It's a matter most likely for the development management team to look at.
Yes, ma'am, we're confident that policies HE2 and C5 should cover that issue.
Thank you. In terms of any other sort of potential constraints or infrastructure requirements, are there any particular issues that have come up, perhaps in the initial site planning work, for example, that hasn't been discussed already?
No, ma'am. I think the one issue is just the gradient on the site. I believe our highways colleagues have particular concerns in terms of achieving a satisfactory layout for highways. But if the master planning work's been undertaken in conjunction in consultation with highways, obviously we're satisfied and we're confident a satisfactory scheme can be arranged. It's no more of an issue than was raised previously in relation to a couple of the red row sites to the north of the motorway. But I say we don't see that as an impediment to delivery of the site.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps Mr. Peake or Mrs. James could clarify if there have been any initial discussions with the highways team.
I can't, unfortunately, because I wasn't involved in the highways side of things, but it has been assessed by SCP, who have done the initial highways work on that, and we understand that satisfactory access into and through the site can be achieved, taking account of the levels, and that there aren't any overriding constraints from a highways perspective that would prevent the land from coming forward with residential use.
Thank you. And Mr. Peake, can you just clarify your sort of initial concerns and the degree to which those could be overcome?
Yes, ma'am. Firstly, that we haven't been privy to any work undertaken by the landowners consultants in terms of highways. We're aware of SCP and have dealt with them on previous occasions and found them to be. They seem to know what we expect from development. The site, obviously, if you visited, it is on a slope, and there are some escarpments going up Hilltop Road. So there's only a couple of fixed access points off Hilltop Road, but there is potentially access from the north as well. But we've not seen whether the land comes forward as one scheme or whether it would be a number of them. We do have adoptable standards to ensure that the guidance in Manual for Streets and the Equality Act is met in terms of getting people around the site on non-motorised means. But if the applicants, consultants are confident they can deliver a scheme for the amount of dwellings that they propose, then, as I say, I'm sure engineering-wise it is possible. But it is an engineering feat, potentially, due to the levels.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. James, it might be useful to clarify that, but also just bearing in mind, obviously it is a smaller site, and what potential impact that may have in terms of the cost of any engineering works on the sort of viability of the site.
Yeah, so the access that's been assessed and deemed to be suitable will be utilised as an existing access to Hilltop Road and a secondary access that can be achieved to Windmill Lane to serve a smaller number of the dwellings. I think it's shown as in the region of about 30 dwellings from that access. That there is obviously the additional parcel of that parcel of land that's outside of our client's ownership to the north there, and the layout that's been produced does allow for access through into that parcel, although we do understand that it would be possible to achieve an access independently into that parcel as well, although that hasn't been looked at in detail. I understand there has been some initial work done on viability and costing, and our client's confident that development can be brought forward, which is viable, and there aren't any concerns on that side of things.
Okay, thank you. So the cost wouldn't be prohibitive in terms of bringing the site forward. Mr. Peake, did you have any further comments to add on the basis of what Ms. James said there?
No, that tends to align with what we've considered. The two parcels could be separated out and development taken, access taken from either the north or from the existing access point. So that does align, and as I say, we'll bow to the applicant's consultants in terms of viability. Like I say, it is a developable site, but the number of dwellings is going to be dependent on road alignments and layouts. But as I say, we've not seen any information yet to say that it couldn't be possible. It may be worth just touching on strategic as well, just to cover whilst we're on. There's no considered. There's no, given the size of the development, there's no significant detrimental effect on the strategic network or local junctions.
That's useful, thank you, Mr. Peake. So moving on to viability and deliverability, I think, Ms. James, you've clarified your client's position in relation to that, and Mr. Cross, the site would have been assessed as a typology in the whole plan viability assessment. I note that Mr. Cross, you've applied the sort of standard 7-year lead in time and build rate of 20 per annum on that site. Ms. James, you may want to just comment on that in terms of how your client sees the sort of site developing and the timescales for the site coming forward.
Yeah, so the discussions that have been taking place on the assumption that the plan would be adopted later this year have been based on 40 dwellings per annum. In terms of the timescales, we're looking at the second half of 2023 with potentially 20 units coming forward that year, and then 40 dwellings per annum after that for our clients parcel of the part of the site. So and that's based on a total of 100. So that is quite ambitious, but certainly there's an appetite to achieve that, and we do think it is achievable given the work that's been undertaken already in terms of the background work and studies and the work on the master plan and site layout already.
Okay, thank you. I think there's a little bit of background noise there. Is that in the background of your computer there, Ms. James? Or
I don't think I can't hear anything here.
Okay, just be mindful of that. People could keep muted. It sounded a bit like the computer overheating, which mine did yesterday. It was such a long session. Okay then. I mean, obviously the build rate sounds more sort of optimistic, if you like, in terms of the council's assessment. Can I just come back to the council for your view in terms of the realistic sort of position? Is it realistic to see output from that site sort of 2023? And is the build rate suggested by Ms. James realistic of 40 dwellings per annum?
Yes, ma'am. Given the size of the site, our standard assumption, we would treat it as a medium-sized site. Our standard assumption would be 30 dwellings per annum. If I heard correctly, I believe it was indicated that the site may be being partially either being developed by an RSL or potentially partly by an RSL. Obviously, they tend to have much higher build rates. I say, if again, 40 dwellings per hectare, it doesn't seem excessive. Sorry, dwellings per annum doesn't seem excessive. So, if that's what the developers believe that they can achieve, yes, that seems not unreasonable.
Okay, thank you, Ms. James.
Yeah, just to confirm that is the basis of those build rates. It is a registered provider that would be taking the site forward, and discussions with them have really led the assessment of how quickly it will be developed.
And then just in terms of the start date, obviously there has been some preparatory work done. Are you confident that that your client will be in a position to put in a planning application fairly soon to progress the site to see completions 2023?
Yes, so the intention is to submit an application very shortly after adoption of the plan, and that's what is being worked towards.
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, are there any views from other participants in terms of the sort of deliverability or the projected output from that site? Just sorry, I should have explained, and I don't know if you've watched other sessions, but what we're looking to do at the end of each session on each particular site is to agree an output, a start date and output between the developer and the council in order to inform a spreadsheet which Mr. Cross and his team are preparing in order to inform the housing land supply sessions, and where we can reach agreement, and we generally have, that will aid the discussion on the housing land supply session. Obviously, that's without prejudice to the outcome of our deliberations. So if there's no other comments in relation to P1, is everyone happy to move on to P2? I'll just take a couple of minutes to get my papers together on that one. Just bear with. Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Cross, do you just want to start by setting out how the site areas and dwelling capacities were determined, please?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. I say the site was assessed in the Greenbelt study as group site AD, as assessed as having a limited contribution towards purposes including land within the Greenbelt. The site is obviously bounded on hard or potentially hard boundaries on all sides, the M56 to the north, Chester Road to the south, and the canal to the west. The site was effectively, it was considered that the site is partially contained. It's located within one of the wider gaps. Basically, it wouldn't result in the closing of the gap to the nearest adjacent town. The gap to Warrington would still be sort of like 4.5 to 5 kilometres. And given its potential strong boundaries, it wouldn't risk further encroachment into the Greenbelt. In terms of the capacity, it's assessed as having a notional capacity of 146 dwellings, and that was again calculated using the standard calculation.
Okay, thank you. We did a very concise summary there, Mr. Cross, of the contribution which the site makes to Greenbelt purposes. I wouldn't disagree with that assessment. Are there any contributions from the developer in terms of whether they agree with the contribution which the site makes to Greenbelt purposes? I'm just checking to see if is the developer here?
I'm not sure that they are, ma'am. We can provide a little bit of background to the site. The site is owned by a local farmer. It's the farmer that also owned the land that was now just recently been developed as Tannery Croft, a little further along Chester Road on the other side of Preston Brook. The farmer is basically amenable to bring the site to market. I believe he's basically deferred to the builder of the Tannery Croft development, and basically he said he's happy to deal with them, and they've basically, I think, made representations with regard to the site. I believe it's Morris Homes that are the builder that's associated with this particular development.
Yeah, so we have the statement and the draft master plan there. So just in terms of the obviously I think that was a good summary in terms of the contribution site makes to Greenbelt purposes. In terms of the scope to make compensatory improvements, Mr. Cross.
As mentioned, ma'am, I say the farmer has substantial land holdings within the wider area, so the opportunity would be present for off-site improvements. It has a large site. It obviously does narrow at the eastern end to a wooded area, and obviously there will have to be landscape treatment to the boundary with the motorway, which again presents opportunities for ecological enhancements within the site.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of exceptional circumstances, any particular site-specific factors?
Again, ma'am, it's I say the site performs particularly poorly in terms of its green belt function, but the exceptional circumstances are basically mostly at the strategic level.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the potential adverse impacts of developing the site, Mr. Cross, do you just want to take us through that in terms of the site assessment?
Sorry, ma'am, I was just flicking between screens. The site isn't within a high-risk flood zone. There's again identified as a small area of potentially contaminated land. Looking at the map, I think it looks like there was potentially 3 ponds previously present on the site, which don't appear to be there now, which would require investigation. There are some heritage assets located across the canal from the site. I think it's Brook House is a Grade 2 listed building. The development of this site shouldn't impact on that. There are some existing habitats, but we've already discussed the potential for compensatory improvements. And I say in terms of other issues, I say there's no prohibitive constraints identified to stop the development of this site.
Okay, thank you. And I mean, obviously the presence of the site next to the motorway and also the A56, and that is potential constraint in terms of the sort of capacity of the site due to the need to include a landscape bund, which I believe is proposed by Morris Homes. What implications do you think that would have in terms of the overall capacity, and is that being taken into account?
Again, ma'am, the calculation was just using the standard calculation. If one of my colleagues can quickly confer with the Morris material to see if they've provided an alternative capacity, if they've basically with their initial site investigations and initial site planning works have come up with a different figure. Again, we're happy to defer to that as we have with other sites.
And just referring to their statement on page 3, paragraph 2.4, their draft sort of layout looks at 151 units, which accounts for a buffer to the motorway and provision of woodland at the northeast tip, and also a buffer zone adjacent to the canal. So that's broadly, it's not too far out from the council's assessment there.
Again, ma'am, it appears that we're consistently within 10%, usually on the conservative side compared to the developers.
Yeah, perhaps not surprisingly. Okay, I'm just actually looking at assessment of constraints. Yeah, they don't seem to raise any other issues in terms of constraints, other than the presence of the road from a noise point of view. Obviously, there's the core biodiversity area of the woodland at the northeast corner that would be retained according to the developer. So yeah, there don't seem to be any other constraints that have been identified in the site assessment work. In terms of the access issue, Mr. Peake, obviously the developer's not here today. Can you just sort of set out your initial views on the potential to access this site and the impact on the local road network? And
yes, ma'am, that's no problems. Strategic level, no significant impact on the local network or further afield. In terms of access, there's a long frontage to the site, and the adequate number of accesses into the site is considered achievable. I do note, I've just had a quick look at the information submitted to yourself, and the indicative plan shows a single access point on the preliminary layouts. We'd obviously, for a development of this scale, we'd be looking for either probably a secondary emergency link onto the A56, but given the extent of frontage, that's considered to be achievable and suitable for development.
Okay, thank you. And I believe they have undertaken some the transport strategy, so have done some initial work on that. Okay, in terms of the viability and deliverability of the scheme, obviously a developer is involved, Morris Homes, Mr. Cross, and I think you've used again the standard lead-in time, 7.5 years, 30 dwellings per annum, and the Morris Homes refer to viability assessment, which demonstrate the development is viable and deliverable, which gives some certainty to the site coming forward. Just looking at the developer's view in terms of the output from the site, they're suggesting initial completions within 2 years of the site allocation. That's obviously a more optimistic view. It would be interesting to revisit these sites in a few years' time to see if they all come forward as soon as predicted. But how does that sound to the council in terms of the developer's position? Mr. Cross, things are not here today.
It sounds very familiar, ma'am.
I mean, on the basis that obviously the developer has undertaken some site assessment work, I think that's encouraging. Obviously, they're not here to put their case today. I don't know, in terms of, would the start date potentially more realistically be somewhere between the developer's position of 2 years and your 7.5 year lead-in time?
We are happy to, I say, if we want to push it back, if you want to split the difference and say 5 years for generating the first units. I say, given the size of the site, the capacity, we're probably looking at a build out over 4 years. So I say again, the site should, I say, will be developed within the planned period. So the start date is slightly academic, but I say if you want to say 5 years, and we can go back to the developers consultants and can try and confirm prior to the Matter 17 hearings.
I think it might be useful, seeing that they're not here today. I mean, obviously, we will need to test the 5 year land supply. So the timing is important in terms of the start date, and obviously we're hoping to get some agreement. I mean, obviously, just by very nature, developers have been presenting quite an optimistic view, which would be expected. But it would be interesting to look at the summary charts that the summary spreadsheet that you come up with in terms of looking at the overall picture and any peaks and troughs in housing land supply. But yes, I think it may be worth Mr. Cross sort of establishing contact with the developers consultant just to confirm that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, we will do so. As I said, however, the developer has developed an adjacent site also fronting onto the M56, just a couple of hundred yards away from this site. So I'm sure they're very familiar with the locality and the local market. So if they are confident that they can bring it to market quickly, I see that sounds good.
Okay. Brilliant. Anything else in terms of P2? No. Well, again, if it just give me a moment, I'm going to bring up just get my papers for the other site. So just bear with me. Okay, thank you. As I said earlier, I think we'll go through each of the sites where site is under construction or has planning permission. It will just be a case of confirming that, and we'll pause to discuss sites which have constraints and discuss a little bit in more detail, just focusing on those particular matters which are of concern. So on that basis, if we could take site R5 first, land north of Beechwood Avenue. I mean, the reason that I've identified this is as it's been identified as being within the middle and outer zone of the Paddy pipeline, and also it's been identified as a green space allocation. So perhaps Mr. Cross can just, or Mr. Hopwood, in relation to the middle and outer zone issue, if you just confirm the position and the extent to which that may preclude development or otherwise.
Shall I take that first, Mr. Cross? So R5, yes, it's overlapping a number of paddy zones related to hazardous pipelines. There's a number of pipelines in the area. Some are carrying natural gas, some are carrying substance of more chemical nature, such as ethylene. HSE have done an assessment and assigned these zones around the pipeline. Bearing in mind, there should also be a way leave through the centre to allow the pipeline operator to get access and also prevent physical damage to the pipe by sort of construction activities on the way leave. Most of R5 is actually outside all of these consultation distances. A small portion to the northwest sits, as you say, Ma'am, in the outer and the middle. Outer housing is recognised. The HSE guidance suggests that well, there's nothing particular they're going to advise against unless it was a development that involved a lot of people being drawn there from outside. The middle zone is they would advise against if it was in excess of 30 units or 40 per hectare. I'm assuming that what Halton will do is to look at the layout and the design of the site and take into consideration very seriously the advice from HSE, but then also to compare that with the proposed layout.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hopwood. I mean, in terms of the deliverability of the site, obviously there are issues which would need to be discussed in more detail in terms of the detailed layout and design, but in your view, would it preclude the site coming forward altogether? Maybe perhaps constrained capacities, but would there be a constraint to that development? Does Mr. Plant want to address that?
Ma'am, it was just to point out and back up what Mr. Hopwood has just said. You will have noticed on site visits a recent development that is located probably closer to the pipeline that was given permission quite recently and built out. So yeah, it could be taken into consideration in terms of the layout of the site. The pipeline would be taken into consideration, as well as the council's own policy wouldn't breach the 10 chances per million that's set out in its own policy. But I don't see that it will preclude it, especially given the recent application that's been built out on the neighbouring site.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Cross, just in terms of the green space allocation, can you just confirm the position in relation to that?
Yes, again, ma'am, I say there's sufficient green space within the wider locality. As a former new town area, it's quite well provided for public open space. I had just been, feverishly searching because I had a mental moment myself there, thinking that this site was subject to an application, but as Mr. Plant confirms, it was actually the adjacent site, which was basically recently implemented, and the design of that site was influenced by the presence of the risk zone. So we're satisfied that R5 similarly is capable of development. From memory, I think the ownership, it might be in Homes England ownership, but we'll have to confirm that for you.
Yes, I was going to ask that question in terms of the deliverability aspect of the site. I mean, it would be useful to confirm the land ownership issue, if that's possible, in due course. I think I struggled to find this on in terms of, I mean, the capacity is identified as 29. I think I struggled to find this in the housing trajectory, but then I think Mr. Cross, your spreadsheet has made me realise I need reading glasses. So it may be just that I've actually just missed it. Can you just clarify when it was envisaged it would start? And
I suspect that you don't need glasses. I think in my attempt to be helpful to group the sites according to the hearing sessions, I think I did omit a couple of sites, and I suspect this might well be one. As you say, the assumption is the standard assumption in terms of lead-in 7 years and a build rate of 20 per annum. I say we'll make sure, and when we update the spreadsheet tonight, we will make sure that any omitted sites are included. And if it would assist, we'll put them into numerical or alphabetical order rather than having them for the sites that we've dealt with. The hearing sessions have been held. We'll regroup them into alphabetical rather than for the individual hearing days.
Okay, thank you. I mean, it just, in terms of the, how the site might come forward, obviously reference has been made to an adjacent development that's come forward. Who who is the developer on that site, or what sort of type of developer might the site be attractive to? Mr. Cross or Mr. Plant?
I was expecting that Mr. Plant might have jumped in. It does appear to be a modest scale development of individual detached properties, just looking at the maps. I think there are a couple of semis, but if Mr. Plant has knowledge of the developer.
I'm just trying to find the details. I think the site was brought forward. Aram Homes, who aren't a developer who have operated much in the borough. I don't think it was registered social landlords that were behind it, so I think they were all private sale.
Okay, thank you. So potentially the site could be attractive to smaller developers in the area. Okay, thank you. Any other points in relation to R5? Okay, so moving on to maybe worth looking at R7 and R8 together in terms of the former showroom for the deck and the remainder of the deck. Might be useful just to give a bit of background on this site. Obviously, it seems to be left over from the development, the original development on the site. Could you just clarify, I suppose, why it got left behind a little bit?
Yes, ma'am. The site's either end of the current development known as the deck did form part of the original proposals. I believe R7 had a proposal for one block, and I think R8 had a proposal for a further 2 blocks, or docks, as I think as the developer referred to them. I believe it was Taylor Wimpey development. It was basically promoted and built and partially built out during the peak of the apartment building boom. And basically just so it caught the first economic recession, where obviously they completed the blocks that were under construction, but they then didn't commit to starting on the remaining elements of the scheme. I think it's quite clear that the remaining extant parts, or the remaining elements of the extant partially implemented consent, are not going to be brought forward in that consented forum. The sites have been identified on the DALP, and the capacity that's quoted in the document is effectively using the standard calculation. I think from memory there's about 150 outstanding on the current consent, but we felt that it would be unrealistic or unreasonable to quote those figures for the 2 sites. So instead, I say we've applied the standard calculation with a much more modest 15 units and 12 units, respectively.
Okay, thank you. And a number of a number of constraints, potential constraints, have been identified in terms of contamination in relation to the former docks. I'm not sure to what degree these sites were considered. I mean, presumably they were considered as part of that original application, and what the situation was in relation to the investigation works on those remaining areas of the site, and it's been identified as a radon area as well.
Yes, ma'am. The site was concerned. The deck site was consented as a whole. So the remaining elements that are now R7 and R8 would have been investigated and dealt with in the previous consent. As I say, it does have the benefit of the partially implemented consents for apartment blocks with a significantly higher capacity than quoted in the DALP. But to say, I think it's quite clear that the developer's not intending to to implement the remaining elements of that outstanding permission. So I say we've quoted significantly lower capacity. Obviously, with the middle section being developed, does clearly show that the site is capable of development. That the constraints aren't prohibitive. I think, again, these were sites that originally were attracted an objection from the Environment Agency because, again, just the site boundaries slightly touch into the water, and therefore the potential where the site slope. So that identifies the potential flood risk. But again, obviously, with discussion with the Environment Agency, they basically are content that the sites do not suffer from undue flood risk, and therefore they haven't sustained their objection.
Thank you. And just in terms of the position, in terms of land ownership, is that still held with the original developer? Do we know?
As far as I'm aware, ma'am, I'm not haven't had any information to say that it's been transferred.
And just Mr. Crossan, making the assumption the original application wouldn't necessarily be built out on this part of the site. How does the council envisage that site coming forward? The R7 and R8 coming forward, and what evidence do you have to demonstrate that they would come forward?
Again, ma'am, I say that we believe the site is in the ownership of a national house builder. We don't believe that they're intent on finishing the scheme as originally consented. The sites are probably now, other than the elevated capacity of the apartment schemes, if that's not now the intention, the sites probably are on the small side or too small for them to be particularly interested in developing. So I would imagine that they would be looking to sell the sites to the market as development opportunities.
And have there been any discussions with the developer, Mr. Cross, that you're aware of in relation to their future intentions?
I don't think there's been recent discussions, not that I'm aware, no.
Okay. Does anyone want to come in this point in terms of the sort of viability or development potential of those sites? Mr. Mitchell.
Just reference to our statement, we don't see them as deliverable sites. Set location, set their brownfield and vacant land, but they've been around now for some 10 years and haven't come forwards. And we didn't, as you picked up, really, we didn't see any developer interest or anyone trying to promote it now, really. So we didn't really feel that they met the test to be an allocation, really. Happy that they remain a windfall opportunity if it ever happens. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Cross, did you want to respond to that point?
As I say, they are in a very sustainable location. They have views across the estuary. They are attractive, I say, the potential to create a very attractive development. The council is investing heavily in the regeneration of Runcorn Town Centre. Whilst there may not be a named developer attached to the site at present, I think, they are attractive opportunities. Given very particular site specifics, particularly the views across the wider the canal and the estuary. So we do consider that they are developable within the life of the plan period.
And just in terms of the trajectory, when were those sites envisaging coming forward? I've got a start date of 2027.
Again, ma'am, because given the capacity that we were assuming, they would class them as small sites. So we will have assumed a 7-year lead-in and a 20 dwelling per annum build-out rate.
Okay, thank you. again, just echoing my earlier comments in terms of the fact that there isn't you don't envisage the application that's extant on the site will be developed in its current form, and there's no developer interest at this point in time. Take your view in terms of the location, the sustainability of the location, and attractiveness of the location. But I guess my view in terms of the likelihood of it coming forward in 2027, would it be more appropriate for it to be towards the back end of the period?
We can adjust the trajectory accordingly. That's not a problem.
Okay, thank you. And then just from a highways point of view, Mr. Pick, are there any issues which may prohibit development, Mr. Pick?
None, ma'am. It was a previously approved scheme that was considered in terms of the impact on the highway network, and I can't see changes to the site, especially if what Mr. Cross says, that the density will be less potentially coming forward, that any negative impact will be felt in the area.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pick. Just moving on, whistling through these. R9, the former used car lot. Mr. Cross, can you just give me the position on this? I think I might have struggled to find the site assessment performer on that one.
Certainly, ma'am. R9 was basically, it was a former used car lot for Polar Ford, who occupied their main car showroom was located on the other side of the road. Polar Ford, who I think are now called Pentagon, relocated to a site at Halton Lea, freeing up basically the second-hand car sales area and the main area that was currently shown as R15. The sites have basically been, I think, subject to previous inquiries, say particularly R15, I think it's been subject to previous inquiries, but I'm not sure that it's resulted in either a formal pre-app or an application. I don't think we've had an application as yet.
Okay, Mr. Plant, can you clarify that for me, please?
In terms of the R9, the former second-hand car showroom on the sort of the island site when you visit it, I don't think we have. I think it's now currently in use as second-hand car sales. Again, the main site that Mr. Cross is on about R15, I think it is, ma'am. Yeah. Again, we have had interest over the years. I was just trying to check if an application had come in, but certainly we've had pre-application interest in relation to the site.
Thank you. We'll come back to that. Just in terms of the constraints and developability of the site, so I couldn't find the site assessment pro forma on that. So can you just take me through any potential constraints? Obviously the site's currently in use as a second-hand car sales.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, I'm just quickly checking the what issues we've identified. As I say, the site was previously in commercial use, so it's with existing access onto the highway. I think it has had as a brownfield site, so it will be. So I'm just checking to see if we've got a record of any potential contamination. Nope, it doesn't appear to be on the potentially contaminated land register. I say the site, as I say, it's nestled in the slip road from the expressway onto Heath Road. I say we don't think it's largely, so it comprises largely of hard standing with some limited landscaping around about. We don't think that has any technical constraints that would limit it being brought forward for housing at this time.
Okay, thank you. And obviously the site is in use. And has there been any discussions in terms of the landowner's intentions, for example?
Not that I'm aware of, ma'am. I think there were discussions with our major projects team with regarding the after use of the sites as part of the discussions about securing the relocation of the previous car showroom. I'm not aware of the nature of the discussions that may have happened since. And as you say, obviously the site has now come back into an active commercial use.
Okay, thank you. And, just in terms of certainty that the site would come forward in the plan period and, has it been identified in the trajectory in terms of timescales?
Again, ma'am, I say this would have been in the trajectory as a 7-year lead-in, 20 dwellings per annum build-out. But obviously, say the situation on the ground has changed somewhat, to saying that the site has secured, albeit from Mr. Plant, looks like a temporary commercial use. So the site is probably not currently available.
Okay, thank you. And would the council change its position then in terms of the allocation, or does it consider that given that it's not currently available, or does the council consider that the allocation would spur the owner into bringing the site forward?
Again, ma'am, we think that residential is an appropriate use on the site. We would envisage that, it could be developed within the plan period. Obviously, in terms of the standard assumptions in terms of a 7-year lead-in, that, given it is in a commercial use at present, not being party to the information as to in terms of the lease or the ownership, we couldn't say that how long that commercial use is, whether it's there for a temporary period or if it is basically established. So if the site were to come forward, obviously we would push it right to the very end of the trajectory. However, we do think that the allocation is warranted as a suitable residential site and could make a contribution to the housing requirement.
Okay, thank you. So maintaining the position in relation to the allocation. Thank you. Obviously, in terms of the trajectory, if that could be amended, that would be useful. Thank you. Just moving on to R10. Oh, sorry. In terms of access, Mr. Peake, just briefly, are there any specific access issues? Presumably, there's an existing access onto the highway.
That's correct, ma'am. No issues anticipated.
Thank you. Land off Bridge Street and the busway. Mr. Cross, can you just outline the council's view in terms of any potential constraints and how it envisages this site coming forward?
Yes, ma'am, this probably looks like a slightly curious site. Effectively, the busway network used to basically goes down through R10 to the roundabout, the new roundabout at Wadey Way, and previously then the Wadey Way curves down into the Old Town. That previously was part of the busway. Leary Way, the construction of Leary Way opened up part of that section of the busway to general traffic. Effectively, this section of the busway doesn't add any benefit to the bus services within the locality. So it has been looked at in terms of basically just diverting the buses to go down Bridge Street and access the town centre on the normal highway network, potentially freeing up R10 for development. There is a portion of the site fronting on to Bridge Street, which is a former petrol filling station, and I think has had a succession of temporary uses for hand car washes and such like. So again, this is seen as potentially a longer term prospect. I say effectively surrender the busway because it's not adding anything to the bus services. The bus companies, I think, were consulted and were indifferent to the change, and basically then creating the potential for a nice development site with views over the canal.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the timescales for the site coming forward, I mean, how soon do you anticipate those changes being made in terms of surrendering the busway and the alteration to the bus routes, and what's the situation in relation to land ownership?
Again, ma'am, I believe that the part of the site fronting onto Bridge Street is in private ownership. The part of the busway fronting the canal, I assume, is in public ownership. I don't think it's being actively pursued at present. So again, in terms of time scale or time frame, I say yes, it would be definitely towards the latter end of the plan period.
I mean, the site is very heavily wooded, and I believe parts of the site are within the core biodiversity area. And presumably any development would see sees quite significant felling of the trees in order to accommodate development. Mr. Cross.
As I say part of the site, fronting onto Bridge Street is basically open, but yes, there is tree cover along the southern part of the southern portion of the site, and so obviously some of those trees would have to be lost in order to establish a reasonable development plot. But again, I say it does have the opportunity to provide a nice residential environment, particularly overlooking the canal.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Sorry, I was dropping out a bit then on the call, Mum. Hopefully you can hear me now. Yeah, we had an objection to this one on the grounds of multiple ownerships and not being promoted, on concerns about the woodland, and I actually got my car washed on site when I was there, so it's in existing use. I wasn't aware of the proposals to surrender the busway. I don't know how far they've advanced, but we just felt that it didn't really meet the test set out as developable sites in the context of the glossary to MPPF, Mum.
Okay, thank you. I mean, obviously, it's a similar position to some of the smaller sites we've discussed, isn't it? In terms of the being less clear cut and not having a developer lined up. I mean, Mr. Cross, of those on this particular site, you say it would be likely to be in public ownership. You know, who would own that in terms of public ownership? Which public body would own that? And have there been discussions? Is it the council?
I would suspect that it would be the highway authority, but the busway will have been put in by the former Newtown, and the Newtown is it's not unusual that they have clawback arrangements on any of their former land holdings. So I suspect to say it might currently be the council, but to say that the Homes England might have an interest.
And assuming it's allocated, would this be a site the council might take a lead on, for example? I mean, you know, in terms of encouraging the site to come forward to the market? Yeah, actually, I'm just looking at the site performer. It does say 64% council ownership.
Yes, ma'am. I think it's an area that has been looked at by our major projects team. Runcorn Old Town traditionally has quite a high political profile, and so there's quite a high demand from members to basically see improvements to the Old Town. So our major projects team are very active in the locality.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Peake, can I just get a view from the highways point of view in terms of the surrendering the bus lane and alternative arrangements that would be made and the impact the site may have on the highway network?
Yes, ma'am, I'll try to address that point. I've actually sent a message to our transport coordination team, who obviously are more adept in the bus routings. Practically wise, the routes that would be affected would easily be diverted onto other parts of the network. So if there was a desire to surrender that link, then that would be suitable if all parties agreed. There have been other areas within Runcorn where the busway has been surrendered, so it's not unknown for that to happen. Obviously, as areas develop, bus routes change, certain areas become underutilised and surplus to requirements. In terms of if the sites came forward for access, there is obviously a connection to the north and a connection to the south where the existing points of the busway meet the further adopted network.
Thank you. And Mr. Cross, it's quite a narrow site, isn't it? And how you mentioned the potential for sort of water or canal front development. You know, can you just sort of set out how you see the site being developed and the extent to which the shape of the site might constrain the developability and capacity of the site?
Yes, ma'am. I believe the standard calculation suggests it's only got a capacity of about 28, so it is a small site. Obviously, it is wider on its frontage to Bridge Street. As you head into south into the site, as you say, yes, the site does narrow, and I say it does drop down to the canal and a canal towpath. So probably the bulk of the development would be located to the northern portion of the site. But to say, we think there is potential capacity to access it, to basically provide some additional housing, throughout the site, and some of it may well be accessed from the rear, from the likes of Caithness Court or whatever, so it doesn't all have to come through the existing 2 points of access. But as I say, it was seen as a longer term prospect. There hasn't been, as I'm not aware that any detailed design work or studies have been undertaken. So I say definitely it's viewed as a longer term potential.
Okay, thank you. And can that be reflected in the trajectory, Mr. Cross?
Certainly, ma'am. We'll have a look at that. We'll push it right to the far end.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm conscious of time. R11, land to the rear of Pier Gym, that has planning permission. Is that right? 15 dwellings.
That's correct, ma'am. Halton Housing Trust are registered social landlord, and they're on site developing currently.
Okay, so it's actually under construction.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's obviously going to be reflected in the trajectory. I have R12 former Riverside College is under construction.
Correct.
Excellent. And R14 land south of Percival Lane. So that got planning permission. Was it under construction?
Go on, Mr. Cross.
Sorry, we have the record that it has a lapse, the benefit of a lapsed consent. It has a 2014 full consent, but that's now lapsed.
Okay, well, on the basis that has lapsed, do we know why it's lapsed or what the developer's intentions are on that site? I mean, it's a fairly small site in the overall land supply context.
Ma'am, I don't have any details as to why it lapsed. In 2015, the developer did attempt to remove the affordable housing, or did remove the affordable housing element, so I can only assume it's around viability, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Looks like just a frontage development, really, on that site. I think it's identified as going forward in 2027, Mr. Cross. Did you want to review your position on that?
Again, ma'am, that will be, again, we've applied the 7-year lead-in as the site didn't have the benefit of a live consent. But yes, we're happy to look at the potential lead-in time for that site.
Okay, thank you. Okay, R15, we've touched on Mr. Plant in terms of the, did you say there was an application in currently? Or
no, ma'am, there's been pre-application discussions on the site in the past, ma'am, but nothing further has come forward.
Okay, and there's a petrol station still on site, I believe.
I think the use may have ceased at the petrol station, although the forecourt and the buildings are still present. But
yeah, certainly when I was on site, yeah. I mean, have there been any discussions, any subsequent discussions on that site, Mr. Plant, which would give an indication as to the landowner's intentions?
No, ma'am. There's been a number of pre-application discussions. I know the registered social providers are looking for opportunities around the Old Town. As Mr. Cross mentioned earlier, in terms of the Old Town itself, the council is pursuing a regeneration programme and does see some of these sites that, although outlie from that as generating some of the housing provision and stimulus in the area, but there's not been any sort of more decent from them.
Okay, that certainly would be a sustainable location for social housing. I mean, just in terms of the contamination of the site, in terms of the previous sort of pre-app discussions, has there been any investigative work on that, and any indication in terms of the effect of that and viability of the site?
Not that I'm aware of. Most of the pre-application correspondence really centred on layouts and looking at the levels between the Polar Ford site and the canal at the lower level.
Yeah. Any access issues, Mr. Peake? I mean, obviously there's an existing access.
No, ma'am, there's no access issues at the site.
Okay, thank you. And just looking at the trajectory, if my eyesight wasn't deceiving me, I think it was suggested that I don't know on what basis that would be, however, that this development may start in 2021. Again, please feel free to correct me. I just wondered what the basis for that was.
Sorry, ma'am, I'm just checking the table. Yes, it did show that as 15, 30, 30 and 17. I'm not sure the basis of that. I think it's also showing a capacity of 92, which I'm assuming is obviously been sourced from somewhere. I'll have to investigate the database to find 1.5 year lead in. So we'll have to investigate that one for you. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Mr. Mitchell.
Yeah, just to remind you, Mom, that we had an objection to this one, that it wasn't deliverable in the 0 to 5 year period, and we didn't see that there was the evidence regarding availability or viability to meet the definition of developable. And I haven't heard anything that suggests that that's incorrect, really. So just refer to our statement, Mom. Thank you.
Yes, we've got that. Thank you. And obviously, I'll be taking a view on that. If there's nothing else on this particular site, I'm conscious of time. So R17 I have down as under construction.
It's I believe it's completed, ma'am.
That's completed now. R20 Paramount Foods, benefit of a full planning permission.
I believe they've started on site. The first units are popping up over the site hoardings.
Brilliant, thank you. In terms of land off Birch Road, R22, I think the Mr. Hopwood has clarified the situation in relation to the Paddy outer zone, in that it wouldn't preclude development, but it is an existing green space allocation. Is your response very similar to previous sites where obviously the more recent open space study is taken into account that wouldn't contribute to supply?
Yes, ma'am. The site's directly opposite the Runcorn Town Park. Runcorn Hall, the Town Hall Park. There's been a number of small infill plots within the estate over recent years, and I think that has basically been looked at in the same process that has delivered some additional housing on infill plots in the locality. As I say, the site is directly opposite Runcorn Town Park, which has quite an extensive area of child-equipped play space.
Okay, thank you. I think again I struggled to find the housing trajectory and the tables that you sent through in terms of when it's likely to come forward. And do you have have there been any discussions on this particular site in terms of the landowner's intentions?
Again, ma'am, we will have applied the standard assumptions relating to its planning status. We'll double check with our estates department to see if they're aware of the current thinking in terms of the current landowner and the current time to market.
Thank you. I don't think I had any other issues on R22. In terms of R24, land to the west of Grangeway, again, it was those two same issues that I just highlighted, paddy outer zone and green space designation. Do you have anything in particular to add in terms of the situation? So understand the situation in relation to the outer zone and the council's approach on green space. Anything particular in relation to this site?
Sorry, ma'am, is we on R22? Or have we moved on to R24, 25?
We've moved on to R24, sorry.
Sorry, ma'am. Yes, R24 appears to be out with the paddy consultation. R25, the about 60% from vision looks as if it's within the outer zone. So I say we've discussed that previously in terms of the HSE approach and the recommendations. Given the small size, I'm assuming, unless I'm corrected, that we wouldn't raise an objection to R25.
Okay, thank you. And then just in terms of land ownership on both those sites and the landowner's intentions, are we any the wiser? So, Mr. Plant, do you want to help us out on that?
On the land ownership, I think R24 is within the council ownership. The majority of R25 is in council ownership. The adjacent site, I believe, is owned by Halton Housing Trust, and very preliminary discussions were had with Halton Housing Trust over land sales if the plan was to come forward.
Okay, thank you. So some movement, if you like, on those sites. Thank you. Again, I struggle to find the housing trajectory for those sites, but in terms of the approach we've been taking on other sites, and maybe that a more optimistic view is taken, given that there have been some discussions. Mr. Cross, can you just remind us what the trajectory says in relation to those sites?
Again, ma'am, it would be the standard assumptions that as they don't have the benefit of outstanding planning consent, we would, and given the size, we'd look at a 7-year lead-in and a notional 20 dwellings per annum on the build-out. So effectively both sites are modest and both small, so effectively they could be delivered within 1 or 2 years.
Okay, thank you. Any alternative views on those sites in terms of the output? Okay, thank you. Any access issues, Mr. Peake, in terms of R24 and R25?
No, ma'am, given the scale of the development, no issues anticipated.
Thank you. Just moving on to R26 and the St Chad's High School playing fields. I mean, obviously, the site's an existing green space designation. Although I noted that the site, subject to the proposed allocation, is fenced off from the sort of more formal playing fields. Does the open space study or playing pitch strategy confirm that those playing fields are surplus to requirements? What's the position with the school, Mr. Cross?
Yes, ma'am. Again, this probably was one of the sites that looks a little odd on the face of it. It was actually, I believe, identified first through discussion with the school. Effectively, the school playing fields shelved down at that location, meaning that part of the playing field is not visible from the school buildings, and basically causes problems for the management of the school. We don't use it for physical education, and they see it as problematic, so they've identified it as being surplus to requirements. The playing pitch strategy Obviously, this isn't currently, I believe, I don't think there's a public access arrangement on the school. So whilst I say the site is, does have playing fields, it's not actually currently publicly accessible, and therefore wouldn't necessarily count towards the supply. The overall conclusions of the playing pitch strategy effectively said that looking at the projected requirements, that there is sufficient identified playing fields, pitch provision within the borough to meet the identified requirements. I think there is a couple of sites that are currently lying fallow, which are within council ownership, that may have to be brought back into use, but that basically gives us the headroom of the additional capacity to meet the assessed demand.
Okay, that's really useful. Thank you. And in terms of discussions with the school, was any indication given in terms of the, potentially disposing of the site?
I'm not personally aware of where the discussions are up to. So again, this is probably a site that we would be looking at. I say we're happy to look at. So we'll see if we can get if we can find some additional information, or alternatively we'll push it right back in the trajectory.
Okay, thank you. So there, were you offering to seek additional information on that, Mr. Cross?
We can endeavour to try and see if we can find out the latest position for you, ma'am.
That would be useful, thank you. I think, Mr. Mitchell, this is one of the sites that you'd highlighted in terms of deliverability. Given what you've heard today in terms of the position of the school, does that change your position?
Ma'am, I don't think it actually was one that we especially objected to in writing. I think there are questions about the access to that you might want to clarify with the council to the playing pitch, but I don't think we made comments on it, unless I've got my own homework wrong.
It may be me. Just double check. No, it's okay. I think it's me. Do apologise. Okay, then that's useful on that particular one. And obviously, in terms of the trajectory of Mr. Cross, you could check in terms of the landowner's intention. R28. Now, if we can move on in terms of land off Coronation Road, identified for 44 dwellings. I'd identified, obviously, as green space designation, paddy pipeline gas main through the site. Mr. Hopwood, did you have any comments in relation to that? If you could unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, sorry, I was just trying to find the actual site on the map. Yeah, so with a lot of the pipelines in the area, Halton Borough hasn't particularly designated any zones using its risk policy contour of 10 CPM, because some of these pipelines actually don't create a risk zone that reaches that sort of level. That being said, HSC would have designated what looks like the probably a coincidence of all three zones actually around the corridor that passes through R28. So that would have to be looked at by Halton Borough. In the context of that planning application, what's the layout for the site? The way that's going to be needed anyway for access to that pipeline, and then whether or not that pipeline presents any risk with regard to the 10 CPM policy limit.
Okay, thank you. So maybe it's a bit of an unknown quantity there, would need to be subject of further discussions. Mr. Mitchell, yes.
From our perspective, Ma'am, this was one of the ones we put a question over, and it was regarding access at Coronation Road. When you go up Coronation Road, you come to a very nice children's play area. I think that's the only opportunity to get into the site by creating and destroying the children's play area. So it didn't seem to have a feasible access point into the site.
Yeah, so and obviously that was clear on my site visit. Just can the council just explain how they see the site coming forward, given the presence of the existing play area?
Yes, ma'am. I wouldn't see the moving of a few items of play equipment as being a restrictive constraint that prohibits access. Obviously, if the play area was required to be moved, it could be done so and relocated in the appropriate locality and the appropriate area in the immediate locality.
And there's a scope to do so, Mr. Cross, in order to serve the existing population that would use that play area? Or could it be accommodated as part of the development?
Sorry, I was just hesitating. I saw that Mr. Plant had raised his hand. I thought he might have some site-specific information. Yes, I say the site is, it does tuck in behind the play area. There is some additional open space that's not within the equipped children's play area that may have potential to relocate, or alternatively, R28 is a reasonable size site. I'm sure that to accommodate the relocated play area if it had to be moved in order to secure satisfactory access.
Okay, Mr. Plant?
Ma'am, it was just to provide some site-specific background, as Mr. Cross said. There was a pre-application in 2018, which included, was asking for residential and delivering affordable housing from a housing association. But yeah, that's the background that we've got on that site.
And in terms of the area of open space, how is that addressed in those pre-app discussions?
The layout, ma'am, seems to have taken into account the pipeline and also providing some open space within the development itself.
Thank you. And Mr. Peake, assuming that the play area is moved, would there be an issue with the access?
No, ma'am. I remember the pre-app that Mr. Plant was referring to, and suitable access was considered to be achievable.
And in terms of land ownership, did that become apparent through the pre-app discussions, Mr. Plant?
I don't know if that's indicated on the forms, ma'am. I believe it's all within one ownership. Certainly, there was a development company that were involved, so I think must have felt fairly certain that they could acquire the site.
Okay, thank you. And is the play area in the ownership of the wider site, or is that council?
That's the council, ma'am.
Okay. So the council would control any potential access to the site. Okay. I mean, it's encouraging that there have been pre-app discussions. In terms of the trajectory, Mr. Cross, is that the standard 7-year lead-in?
Yes, ma'am. Just checking the size of the site. It might be it trips into the middle category, so it'd be a 7.5 year assumed lead-in. So no, sorry, I apologise, I'm looking at the wrong row on my spreadsheet. Capacity 44, it would be classed as a small site. So yes, 7-year lead-in, 20 per annum build out.
And obviously, Mr. Plant, those pre-op discussions were a few years ago now. Did they indicate a time frame at all?
I don't think they did. I've not got those details.
Okay. On the basis that there have been pre-op discussions, 7.5 years may be more realistic than some of the other sites we've discussed in terms of the site coming forward and the fact the council owns potential access to the site. Are there any further views in terms of the start date and anticipated output? And Mr. Mitchell, I take your point that having heard what you've heard in relation to the potential to relocate the playing fields and the play area, and the fact the council own the site access and that there have been pre-op discussions, does that change your position?
I think the two ownerships, as I understand it here, it's not in single ownership. The council, I don't know whether the council's taken a resolution to build through its children's play area. I'm sure the residents of Coronation Road might well have their own views on that. The other point I just wanted to make is that the playing area itself, Mark, is actually protected. It's on the policies map. The playing area and what the council considers the access to be is designated as open space to be protected under this local plan. So any application on R28, which had a new access road going through a children's play area, would fall foul of other policies in this local plan that protect that land from development.
Mr. Cross, in relation to the annotation on the current local plan, how would that, were an application to come forward, how would that be addressed in terms of the fact the site's actually shown as being protected as open space?
Yes, ma'am. We'll have a look at that. Obviously, I say if it was to go through, we would be seeking replacement provision of equal or greater value. But I say we can have a look at that, and if it needs to be a modification, I might ask for a modification to the policies map. We can enact that.
I guess in some respects, the fact it's allocated would give the council leverage to seek replacement for the loss where it deemed that it would result in a deficiency. So from that point of view, I can see the benefit of retaining the allocation, but there just does raise a slight conflict issue in terms of the approach of the plan. But I'll allow the council to think about that, and I'll add that to your action points and come back to us on that. And if you want to give further thought to the trajectory, that would be useful. I'm very conscious of time, so I'm going to try and rattle through. Moving on to R44 and the Highways Agency depot, it's identified for 24 dwellings, and I think the key issue here is obviously potential contamination from the depot. Well, it's likely that could be resolved as part of any planning application. But the fact that the depot is in use presently, and I just wondered, Mr. Cross, how that came to be included as a site, and if you could just enlighten us on any future plans of the sort of Highways Agency in terms of potential relocation.
Yes, ma'am. See, this site was identified due to the Highways Agency having an active search for a replacement facility. Basically, I believe they based their gritter operations for parts of the motorway network are based on the site. Obviously, yes, the site does enjoy close proximity to the motorway junctions, but unfortunately, obviously, it's now abutted by residential properties. And with the nature of the Environment Agency operations, they tend to work 24 hours when necessary. And so for safety reasons, the vehicle reversing peepers and such like, and mechanical handling of salt and materials on site to antisocial hours does basically lead to some conflict with the neighbouring residential uses. I say that it was the Highways Agency that had actually identified that they were looking to relocate. I hasten to add, though, that was a couple of years ago, and I'm not sure how they've progressed on their search. I think they have gone slightly quiet on it. Effectively, I say the site is shown as a proposed housing allocation because that's deemed as being the most appropriate future reuse of the site, should the Highways Agency be successful in finding an alternative location to base their current operations.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Plant, is your hand still up from earlier? Is it? Did you have any additional information on this site?
No, ma'am, it was up from earlier, sorry.
I mean, again, in terms of having some certainties to whether the site is actually going to come forward, it may be worth just trying to touch base with the Highways Agency just to see if there are any plans or where they've got to in their search, which may just help in my deliberations in terms of the likelihood of the site coming forward and contributing to the housing supply. And there's some time in order to do that before matter 17. I think that might be useful.
Yes, ma'am, we'll endeavour to try and find an up-to-date position. Alternatively, we see this, or we were seeing this as the certainty. It seemed to be quite certain at one point. The certainty does seem to have been a bit more questionable. So if we're unable to get clarification, we will push it right back in the trajectory.
Okay, thank you. And obviously, Mr. Mitchell, you had concerns in relation to the deliverability of the site. I think if Mr. Cross can contact the agency just to see what their up-to-date position is, and we'll form a view on that potentially as part of matter 17. I had a question mark on the this was one of the sites, Mr. Cross, where I think the local plan identifies it for 24 dwellings, and the trajectory I think had 69 dwellings. So it may just be worth double checking that.
I think Excel was having gremlins over the last couple of weeks. We will double check and make sure. Yes, the figure in the plan will be the standard calculation. We haven't had, I'm not aware that we've ever had a draft layout or discussions in terms of capacity with the Highways Agency. Their interest in the site is basically was disposing of it to find alternate accommodation. They weren't particularly looking at what the after use would be.
Okay, thank you. I think you were just trying to keep me on my toes, Mr. Cross, to see if I noticed the discrepancy. In relation to R45, moving on, does the site land adjacent to Castle Road and Panorama Hotels that have planning permission?
Ma'am, it has had permission in the past. I've got information that the land has recently been sold at auction within the last couple of weeks.
Okay.
Sold
at auction. So was it sold at auction? Obviously, if the planning permission's lapsed, do you know how it was sold at auction? Just to developer, or with sort of residential hope value, or?
It may have been residential hope value. I'm trying to remember, although the site hasn't gone forward much I'm trying to remember if the permission is actually still extant, because I think they did start some groundworks and demolitions.
Okay. So it was obviously
there's not been movement for a number of years.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
the consent is shown on the system is dating from 2016, ma'am.
And was that outline a full, just to determine whether it's
Section 73 is 16-00286-S73.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm not going to be looking that up, but thank you for the reference number. I know, Mr. Plant, I mean, just in terms of checking whether it is extant may depend in terms of generally for site as planning permission, it would be included in the 5 years. So I note your words of caution that hasn't been any activity on it in a few years, but that would be useful. Thank you. Any other issues in terms of R45? That was my only query. Just moving on to R46, land north of Brickvale Avenue. I think I had identified that as being a small area within the paddy pipeline, inner and middle zone. So I just wanted to check, Mr. Hopwood, would that preclude development on that site if you've managed to get to R46?
Yes, thank you, Ma'am. Yes, I can see that. Yes, similar to one we discussed last week in a different session, something that straddles several different zones. HSC would probably treat this as an inner zone development if the full application was for the totality of R46, which would therefore have certain expectations on housing density. One or two units is the expectation for inner zone. However, Halton has its 10 CPM policy approach to this based on risk rather than the paddy zones, and we'd have to establish first of all, is there a zone created that exceeds that 10 CPM for this pipeline? Because it's not always the case. If it is, then anything outside that 10 CPM boundary would normally be permitted by the borough's policy. Again, needing to leave a way leave for the pipeline itself on that northwest side.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I think it was identified for 20 dwellings, is that correct? Just wondering to what degree it may constrain the capacity of the site.
Yes, ma'am, we're just looking at the sheet. It does appear that it's identified as a capacity of 20. We think it's quite clear that 20 can be accommodated within the area of the site that's not within the inner middle consultation zones. We don't see that being a constraint to the delivery of the site.
Okay, thank you. R47, I didn't have any particular issues with, unless it landed adjacent Woodhall Farm, unless anyone else did. And then there's R48, land adjacent to Woodhall's Farm, which is identified separately for 7 dwellings, I believe. Although I think that again there might be a discrepancy between the local plan notional capacity and the trajectory of which identifies 15. So that might be something just to look at. Mr. Plant.
Ma'am, it's just to update you, in 2019 there was an outline application that's been permitted for Woodhall's Farm itself, which included the demolition of the outbuildings and conversion of the farm for up to a maximum of 10 units.
And would that be the R47 site, Mr. Plant?
Yes, it would.
Okay, so in terms of the relationship with R48, have there been any discussions in terms of plan applications for the adjacent land?
Not that I'm aware of, ma'am.
I had a record that there'd been an outline permission granted, but it had lapsed. Not sure where I picked that up from, but...
Yeah, sorry, ma'am. I'm just looking at the data I have in front of me, and it appears that we've identified that both R47 and R48 have outline consent, but it's quoting the same application number. So it might just be the foibles of the GIS system that the boundaries have been drawn at different times, so they very slightly overlap. So the site that's not subject of the main application is slightly intersects or overlaps, and so the data has been pulled across, but we'll double check that and get it corrected.
Okay, thank you. And R48's identified being within the middle zone, but from discussions we've had, that wouldn't necessarily preclude development on the site. Okay, I'll just hang on in there. R49, land surrounding Hanover Court. I think again, Mr. Costa, is just a discrepancy in the local plan. I think is identified for 29 dwellings, and the housing trajectory identifies it for 11. So it may just be worth cross-checking that. Again, it was a green space designation, the reason I'd flagged it up, and middle zone for paddy pipeline, and the two-circuit route, the Frodsham substation, Cheshire West and Cheshire Unitary Authority to Fiddler's Ferry substation. I think those were the sort of issues that I'd flagged up. Do you just want to, I'm assuming is it in the paddy pipeline middle zone, that wouldn't preclude development. In terms of the green space designation, can you just sort of briefly outline the council's reasoning in terms of designating this site?
Sorry, ma'am, just again having a quick look. R49, it looks like there's a very small area that falls within the middle paddy zone, basically practically fronting the road. So we don't see that as impacting upon the development of the area. As located, again, it's within a former Newtown area, which is well stocked with the various categories of public open space. There are playing fields on the site across the road, and there are numerous areas of amenity green space serving that local community. So we effectively see that this is an area of open space that can be lost to development without the detriment to the local community.
Okay, thank you. Just in terms of this two-circuit route from the Frodsham, that's how it's pronounced, substation, to Fiddler's Ferry substation, can you just explain the background to that briefly, please? And any potential effect really in terms of the development of the site. It was in the site performers.
Sorry, ma'am, I'm just trying to build the pro forma up. Apologies, ma'am. I'm just struggling to get the pro forma on my screen. Do you want to defer this one till this afternoon, or I say we can have a check? I mean, obviously, as I say, yes, there is, in the general locality, there's across Runcorn, items in the ground are not uncommon. But I say we will have the line on our digital mapping, and we can assess and so we can get the line for you and show where it goes across the site. If there's a necessary standoff distance, obviously that would be reflected within the any detailed design. I'm not sure if Mr. Plant's more familiar with this site.
I'm afraid not, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. It's just really to establish any potential constraints on developability or capacity. In terms of the next site, the Lord Taverners and land adjacent, I'm just going to focus on any specific issues. I think, again, it's just the green space designation, I think, and also the woodland and the potential for the woodland to contain some valuable habitats, how that would be taken into account in the development. And obviously the SHLA identifies that the availability of site is marginal or uncertain. So if you could just address those points, please, Mr. Cross.
Yes, ma'am. I believe the site was occupied by a former youth club type facility. Mr. Plant probably has more details. I believe that use has ceased. The site has been cleared. I think there's still the remnants of a sort of a mugger or a half mugger on the site. I say the area is again, I say the former Newtown area is surrounded by copious amounts of open space. I say there's the former playing fields across the road. There's numerous areas of amenity green space located within the local neighbourhood. This again is an area that we feel can be lost and developed for housing without detriment to the provision of open space for the local community.
Okay, thank you. And I note Mr. Mitchell, was this one of your sites which you had concerns on?
Yeah, I think we've raised the points that you asked, ma'am. Protected open space, it's in a nature conservation zone, HE1 policies, riddled with trees. We don't see it being promoted by a developer or landowner, and we don't even know whether land's available, so that they were our objections.
And I think the site performer refers to it being 80% in council ownership. Is that correct?
Ma'am, that is correct. The majority of the site is in council ownership. The land adjacent to it has been taken on by a developer. There have been discussions with the council about developing the site. As Mr. Cross mentioned, the youth club has been subject to antisocial behaviour and has been fire damaged, as was the building that was next to it that wasn't on council land. So it is something we have been looking at in terms of disposal.
Okay, thank you. And has there been a resolution to dispose yet, or it's just sort of in early discussions at this point?
I think it's been early discussions, but I'd need to double check exactly where that was up to.
Okay, thank you. And just in terms of the the tree cover, presumably there would need to be some felling in order to accommodate development. And how would that affect the biodiversity, or could be mitigated as part of any scheme?
I don't think discussions have got down to that level. Certainly the frontage could be brought forward, but I think that was something that was being looked at in terms of the woodland itself, the trees itself at the edge. and how that might be mitigated in any layout.
Okay, thank you. I've got no further questions on that site. In terms of R52, land off Southland Mews, again, I think there's a discrepancy between the site capacity in the plan and the housing trajectory. So just something to note on that. And I think the only reason I flagged it up was because it was in the middle zone, sort of paddy middle zone. So I think I know what the response would be in terms of that, and it's unlikely to restrict development. Any comments on that before we move on? R54 land at Asmore Bridge. I couldn't see that in the trajectory, Mr. Cross. I didn't have any particular concerns about it, but I think it was missing from the trajectory. Just to flag that up, so you may want to look at that. I think just generally, if you could just cross-check the capacities on from the local plan against the trajectory, that would be useful. In terms of R55 and the former Express Dairy site, I think, was this one of the sites you challenged in terms of deliverability, Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah, it just seemed a very unusual site, accessed to the rear of, I think it's Sewell Street and the terraces there. It didn't seem very attractive to the market, and I wasn't aware of any history that related to demonstrate that it was coming forward. I think there was a consent in 2007 and then a consent in 2011, and there's been no development there since. So it just didn't really seem to be something that was going to be delivered with that history.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Plant, do you have some information on this site for us?
Yes, ma'am. In terms of the history of the site, that's correct. There have been historic permissions, but we've had extremely recent pre-application discussion with developers, included housing association behind that development.
So, and those were quite recent discussions, did you say?
Very, very recent, to the point that they're asking me just to formalise the response in a letter, but obviously, subject to these hearings, I haven't had a chance to do that, Mal.
Okay, so we've been keeping you too busy. Okay, but that's useful in terms of informing the deliverability of the site, and I think that would probably fit with the trajectory, Mr. Crossan, that you've suggested. R60, land adjacent to 38 Clifton Road. Again, the only reason I flagged this up is the discrepancy between the local plan allocation and the housing trajectory, which I think the local plan identifies 11, the trajectory identifies 53. So I think those gremlins have been at work again.
Yes, ma'am, we'll have a comprehensive go through it tonight and hopefully try and supply you with a revised table for the morning.
That would be really useful, thank you. And obviously I think that would need to be reflected in the output of the site, looking at the projected output, obviously based on the higher number. R61 I couldn't find in the housing trajectory, albeit I think I was looking at it rather late at night, so yeah, just to flag that up. It may be there. I was starting to go a little bit cross-eyed on that, but yeah, if you could just check that. And I think that was the same query in relation to R62.
That's one where I can confirm you do need to get your eyesight checked. I'm looking at them on screen. They're on rows 162 and to 168, showing as a capacity of notional capacity on R31 of 39 dwellings although it does have, has again, I don't know if it's a gremlins in play, it says a current capacity of 20. I'm not aware of permission on site, so we'll double check that for you. And then our 62 again is also on there.
Brilliant, thank you. Obviously, just missed those. R66, the former Egerton Library and Rathbone Institute. I did have a record that 12 dwellings of planning permission had elapsed. I think there may have been an issue with the trajectory again in terms of overestimating. So identified at 82. Sorry, Mr. Mitchell, did you want to, have I missed one of your sites?
You were steaming on, Mom, which I do appreciate. It was my comment that we'd objected to R61. There's on the allocation, some of the land is protected as open space, some of the land seems to be sort of rough green space, but it was really pending the green space study as well that we were there. That was our concern on that one.
And Mr. Cross, is your position the same as on other sites in terms of the situation in Newtown, in the former Newtown, and the good supply of green space in the town?
Yes, ma'am. I see if you go across the swing bridge, it gives you access to Big Island, which is probably one of the largest areas of open space in the borough. There are equipped children's play spaces in close locality to R61. So effectively, yes, there is sufficient public open space to serve the needs of the local community in that locality.
Okay, thank you. I think the trajectory fits with your standard approach in terms of when the site comes forward, but obviously we need to look at the output to bring that in line with the plan. R69, I think I just couldn't find it again in the housing trajectory. I really shouldn't look at these things late at night. And the same with R70, but it may be that it's there.
R69 and R70 are shown on the trajectory. R70 is the pavilion site, which is subject to a planning application, which I believe is now subject to a call-in. Mr. Plant could give you details on R70.
Ma'am, that's correct. The application at the pavilions has been subject to a planning application as a resolution for approval due to the proximity to the hazardous installations. The application was called in very recently by the Secretary of State, or he was requested to by the Health and Safety Executive. The Secretary of State has issued a direction calling in the application, and that's now to be held at a public inquiry. The date we've had through, I think only last week, was that the inquiry will be held at the end of August.
Okay, that's one of my colleagues then. Obviously, we need to keep that under review. Don't think I had any issues in terms of R71, R72 or R72. Or R73, just do pipe up if there are any comments. R74, land between the expressway and the Bridgewater Canal. Don't think I had any comments in relation to that. Although I've noted that the local plan's got a notional capacity of 158, and I think the trajectory includes 255.
I can possibly give you a little bit of background to that site, ma'am. Effectively, R74 and the recently built out R82 form part of the wider Castlefields area regeneration master plan. Effectively, the Castlefields had a number of large, what were known as helicopter blocks, large deck access flats that had become increasingly difficult to let and the source of antisocial behaviour. So the council has worked with partners including Homes England and a number of registered providers to basically see the comprehensive removal of those helicopter blocks and replacement with more modern, attractive housing. As part of the overall scheme, the intention was to try and widen the tenure mix within the development or within the neighbourhood from being 100% social, so introducing some owner occupation and some shared ownership schemes. R74, as I say, the last scheme that's been brought forward. Our major projects team have been undertaking a lot of work in bringing that site forward. Obviously, it's adjacent to the Norton Priory Museum and does have archaeological interest. So there's been copious studies, technical studies done in terms of the archaeological interest of the site and all the other studies and requirements to bring the site forward for development. The higher capacity will, if it's shown on the trajectory, will reflect the latest position. I'm not sure if it's progressed yet to a planning application. If it hasn't got a planning application, I'm assuming that one is imminent.
Okay, thank you. Certainly movement, if you like, on the site. Mr. Mitchell, did you have a particular comment? Is just a hand left up?
Oh, sorry. It was R83, my only other comment, ma'am, today. Thank you.
Oh, nearly there, very nearly there. So that's R74, R77, I didn't have any issues, or R78, and the situation's been clarified on R82. So that leaves R83. With the benefit of hindsight, I perhaps should have considered this first, and I do apologise for keeping people waiting on this site. But yeah, I should have maybe put that to the top of the agenda. Just Mr. Cross, can you set out just a bit of background on this site, please?
Perhaps, ma'am, it'd be better if I defer to my colleague, Mr. Gibbs.
Mr. Gibbs. You just popped up before.
I'm on. Yeah, I was attending to come to the travellers session, but I see you're overrunning.
Yes,
quite timely. Yeah, R83's had a planning history in the past. There's been a hotel granted on part of the site. It's a site associated with the wider Heath Park, which is adjacent, an existing employment centre for Runcorn. It's obviously brownfield, very sustainable location. Currently employs a few thousand people, and this site is across the road from that, and the two are associated. I know I can see Mr. Lewis from the Heath and Technical Parks attending today as well to champion his sites. But essentially, we think there are circumstances to allocate this site for residential, given its location.
Okay, thank you. Can I just open up discussion on the site? I must apologise for not bringing the site forward sooner and keeping you all waiting. Mr. Lewis, did you want to?
Are they asking me? Oh, hello. Can you hear me now? Because I believe we had a bit of a problem there. Can you hear me okay?
That's a lot better, thank you. Yes.
Okay. Right, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm John Lewis. I'm the owner and managing director of SOG Limited, who are the owners and operators of the Heath Business and Technical Park. We are also the sponsors of the pension scheme that we took over from ICI back in 2000, which owns R83. So, I am the owner, so I am the decision maker on everything. And responsible, and I've been working on this particular scheme of Heath Park development now for a number of years. very holistic development scheme, and it's all about developing the site that meets the needs of tomorrow, where we can live, work and play. And in particular, the development of is got a very strong community element, which the R83 is joined at the hip at the Heath Park, which I believe I'm discussing MUA 10 on Thursday, I think it is. But it's very an important element of the overall scheme, which is getting a lot of attention. The scheme developed last year from an international competition held by REBA. We got over 50 schemes presented from every continent across the world, and the scheme that's being put forward today is gathering a lot of attention. It is very, very intelligent, and to put it in simplistic terms, it's a futuristic port sunlight, which meets the requirements of so many agendas across the world with governments today. So, yeah, I'm here to champion our particular development, and in particular R83 today is a key component of that development, and maybe answer any questions that may be helpful.
Okay, thank you. I believe Mr. Mitchell may have some questions, so I shall let him raise those.
Yes, Ma'am. Just in relation to our evidence and our statement, we did refer back to the council's assessment in its SLAR about this site, which was suggesting, due to the green space, due to paddy, due to other constraints here, that it wasn't a suitable site for housing. And I believe that's still the case. I haven't seen any evidence to the contrary. So that was our objection to this one. It also waiting the output of the green space study. Just wanted to pick up one comment, really, which Mr. Lewis's very laudable and aspirational views on what's happening with the brownfield part of the site there. But just from a policy context, R83 has no relationship with MUA 10 in this local plan. It's been set in policy RD1 as a standalone housing site without any relationship to what might be the redevelopment of the wider brownfield site. And I sort of viewed it on that basis. When I looked at the plan, it just felt a very illogical piece of land to come forward if it was a standalone residential site, because it didn't really have an awful lot of relationship to the existing area. If Mr. Lewis's position is that it should be part of the wider redevelopment of MUA 10, which I think is what he just put to you, Mom, maybe it ought to be included within that allocation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Edwards, sorry.
Thanks, Mom. Well, as you say, I think we've been listening, and a few of us want to discuss site R83. I picked up reference there to Thursday's session.
Just to correct you, sorry, just to interrupt there, just to correct you, it would be Friday.
Friday, okay. I can see that they're already, Mr. Gibbs, I missed you at the start joining. So there are going to be 3 or 4 of us having a perhaps crossway discussion. So I'm in your hands to continue today, but clearly perhaps a tall order to fit the discussion in within 6 minutes, and then you've got to start another session at 2 o'clock.
Well, I think we'll be having a pause in terms of starting the next site. But
if you're happy for me to carry on then, well,
I do take your point about the potential to discuss it in relation to MUA 10, but just to come back to the council on those points first, and the relationship with MUA 10, what's the council's view, but also to pick up on the issues raised by Mr. Mitchell about the being a sort of a logical allocation, if you like.
Thanks, Ma'am. I suppose in terms of the question about the association with the mixed-use area, it's a question of timing. The submission of the DALT was in 2019, and the Heath Park plans have been worked up over the more recent period, which is why it's not reflected in the policy. However, the council is overall supportive of the Heath Park plans. As to the standalone residential allocation, it isn't public open space and doesn't serve any purpose in that regard. So at the time or the council's looking at planning out allocations across the borough, it's a good site from that point of view. It's within the urban area. It's adjacent to existing employment opportunities and existing open space. It's got the infrastructure. It does make a sensible allocation.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lewis, I'm conscious you've had your hand up a while. Would you like to respond to those points?
Yeah, forgive me a little bit. This is all very new to me. I know you guys are all experts in these particular things. So, one of the questions I have for you, Ma'am, we did send a lot of information to you, and I know I can imagine just what you've got on trying to do these things. You don't get the opportunity to see anything, but with regards to the link between R83 and the link with the Heath Park itself, it's all about connectivity, ecological connectivity and community connectivity between the two. They are, in our view, joined at the hip. Yes, we've had a difficult time with pandemics and getting things done in the time we would have liked to have been ahead of the game, shall we say, but we are well on track for taking this forward this year, and we hope the development to start early next year. But I would encourage you, if you can, to look at the detailed information we've sent you from a video point of view. It does make sense.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you. I think just a couple of points there. I think in response to both Mr. Lewis and Mr. Gibbs. I think just following on the last point from Mr. Lewis, those videos are interesting, yeah, great. And I think from our own point of view, that MUA 10 designation is not a problem. Our view is also that we, as was just mentioned, failed to see a link between that allocation and R83. That's not stated at all in any other part of the local plan. So that's hard to see that link being made. Now, what is stated in the response to the allocation when in HBC Matter 12 is a run through the constraints, and it is noted in that document that as a reference to the overhead tower lines running across the site, which is why I, on behalf of SP Energy Networks, felt we needed to object. It's an important high voltage 132,000 kilovolt line. Goes to customers just about a kilometre north and serves a number of customers in the area. What's referred to in the document I've just referred to is the nature of that constraint of the overhead tower line. Also is mentioned the other conflicting policies of nature conservation, HC1, which and we can see in the designation itself, it's overwashed with a special landscape area, and then there are references to open space and heritage policies. So there are a number of constraints in the reference to the physical constraints. Now, I'd like to go through those constraints insofar as they relate to the overhead line in more detail. Because this is a line that we feel needs to be retained in its place because of the job it does to the area and helping to facilitate many other of the local plan policies and proposals. So we take away the infrastructure, and we take away potentially some of the growth and attractiveness of what the plan's looking to do, as well as the attractiveness of the area, of course, with in this case, of the open space that the tower line crosses. So I mean, those the criticalness of this infrastructure, needs to be recognised. I think absolutely. It serves tens of thousands of customers. It serves two key customers, and as we move forward with transitioning to net zero, carbon reduction, more heat pumps, more electric vehicles, network of this nature is only going to be needed more, not less. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just in your view, in terms of the overhead line, do you think that as a constraint could be overcome as part of any sort of development or planning application, in terms of your experience in dealing with similar sites potentially? Mr. Edwards.
Well, it's hard to see in this case. Notice the other considerations in your, in the viable sort of in the issues that need to be considered for each site include feasibility, viability, deliverability. Moving the overhead line, probably in the region of £2 to £3 million in this case. That's a call that would fall to the development. We're secured in our rights, and that would undermine, in our view, but that's obviously a question for the deliverability. But it would be difficult to move that line, in a place where it perhaps has become very well established and goes across a relatively open area.
And in your view, the line would need to be moved in order to facilitate development. It couldn't be taken into account in a design in its current location.
No, we do see overhead lines in and around development. We actually have a objection to a current as an example to show how difficult it can be to integrate an overhead line. We have an objection to an outline consent within Halton Council near Daresbury, where, notwithstanding our line, a similar double circuit tower line being in place, nonetheless, within the outline planning proposals, which have been granted subject to 106, that they, clearly the development sort of fails to respect the existing overhead line and builds right under the line, proposes to build under the line. So it's hard to sort of implement intentions to protect that sort of infrastructure. Easier to see the land undeveloped. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just like to come back. Is that because I'm getting a bit of feedback? Can you hear that feedback on the? Just turn the volume down a bit. Yeah, and just from the council's point of view, in terms of the points raised by Mr. Edwards and the potential effect on the development of the site, potential for relocation, and the effect in terms of the cost of removing that, of relocating that line in terms of the viability of the development. Can I just hear the council's response first, and we'll come back to Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Ma'am. In my experience, the lines can stay in situ and development layouts can take account of them, because it's only a few metres really that's needed in terms of easement. It's not like a longer standoff distances are required. So personally, I would be confident that a layout could be agreed that would allow the lines to remain in place.
Mr. Edwards, clearly your expectation would be that the line be relocated from what you've said.
Myself, Mom, our expectation would not be for the line to be relocated.
Okay.
It needs to remain where it is. That cost falls to on the development. I think I'm just picking up on Mr. Gibbs's point. A few meters standoff distances of perhaps several meters are required, really, as well as clearance distances, ground to height, as well as widthways. It's a 132,000 volt line, double circuit tower line. Any guidance would be in the region of at least 30 meters. As I say, however, where we're seeing development proposals in and around Sandymore and Daresbury, these distances are not being respected, and so we're commenting on applications. However, seeing that those comments perhaps not followed through in decisions. So here we have a opportunity to assess, consider the issues as part of the allocation, at the start of the planning process, which is in my mind, the time to do it and consider all these constraints. I go back to the fact that the council's own paper emphasises the infrastructure as a significant constraint to the development of the site, as well as the other conflicting planning policies. So if the justification, Ma'am, is in relation to the Heath Farm proposals, that's not said. Similarly, if the issue is to maintain the allocation and build around the overhead line, then noting the allocation of 116 units, I think it is probably a challenge, and that in itself would need to be reviewed. So on what we see before us with that number of units and what we hear of the links to the Heath Farm proposals, are other matters in the local plan which don't sit well with the existing infrastructure, which, as I said earlier, is just such an important, critical part of the infrastructure of this area. Were it to be a perhaps low voltage cable, 11 kV, that we often see in residential areas underground, we wouldn't be here today. As a major part of infrastructure, double circuit overhead tower line, it's one that we feel we need to comment and look to protect. Thank you.
Just to clarify, Mr. Edwards, I'm a bit close to the mic, maybe. In terms of you mentioned 30 metre, sort of almost like a standoff distance. Can you just explain in terms of the other sort of guidelines or statutory distances which need to be respected, and where? And can you point me to those, please?
Yeah, it's National Grid did some work several years ago on residential sort of layouts and existing power lines. I can't recall the date or title of the document, I'm afraid, but it's one that I have a copy in the cupboard in the office. That's where that general distance standoff comes from.
So just to be clear, in relation to this particular overhead line, you're saying that would need to be 30 metre?
Well, to be clear, I'm saying that the line needs to stay in situ, and would be concerned about there being development pressure on the line being retained in situ because of other recent cases where, notwithstanding master planning, for example, in the Sandymore area, where these standoff distances have been noted in that master planning, the sort of planning application stage of these schemes undermines those provisions, and so we see applications coming forward that disregard those that guidance. And the most recent example I can give is the current application near Red Brown Lane, where we see buildings being proposed and permitted right under the overhead line, which in our view is completely unacceptable, because that is a very serious issue in terms of safety and operation for us, as well as occupants of those proposed buildings.
Okay, thank you. And what's, in terms of this particular overhead line, what sort of, and in the base of the guidelines, what sort of standoff distance would you normally apply?
Well, we apply the distance of 30 metres. That's what we'd look to see, not just what we apply, but, if you like, in standard practice, planning practice. And that's what we have seen applied in general master planning. So that's, there to be, to help in the planning for these areas. Now where, as I say, what there needs to be is a follow-up because of the constraints that precede that, really, with the actual proposals coming forward. There's no legislation. We have statutory clearance distances, which are of course much less than the 30 metres, and so to avoid contact with any overhead infrastructure. But even those can be undermined in cases. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll keep turning myself down so I don't get feedback. In terms of, way forward, and just thinking aloud, the council's generally taken the approach of not having site-specific criteria and relying on the standard policies in the plan. Just thinking in terms of a potential positive way forward, I hear your concerns about those distances not being respected. I wonder whether, in terms of moving forward, whether the council could consider some, site-specific criterion in this case, which would help give some teeth, if you like, to your position, and whether that's something that the council could work on, maybe as a statement of common ground, for example, in relation to the site with Mr. Lewis, just to agree a way forward.
Yes,
would that?
I'm looking at the proposals maps on my monitor, and you can, of course, where there's a railway or a road, you can see it just shown without any notation. That similarly is critical infrastructure, and so that would be the a minimum, really, to show that strip, if you call it that, easement strip, without notation.
And so I'm just trying to think of a positive way forward. Would that give you some comfort in terms of, if it had some statutory weight in the development plan?
Absolutely, yeah, yes. I mean, without it's continue appreciate case issue matter for us to look to protect network that's there needed for all use of system users, all customers, business and commercial, residential, now and in the future, rather than move these lines around. And the best protection there can be is to have that infrastructure unallocated.
Okay, thank you. And just in terms of that suggested way forward, is that something that the council would consider working on a statement of common ground with Mr. Edwards and Mr. Lewis? I haven't forgotten you, Mr. Lewis. I will come back to you. But is that something the council could consider as a way forward?
If I may, Ma'am, I think you're being a bit generous there to Mr. Edwards and the ManWeb position. I don't see the cable as being a big blight on the development of that site. And indeed, there was a public inquiry with the Department of Energy a few years ago, where an easement was looked at for these power lines across the adjacent Heath Park, which Mr. Lewis might want to comment on. But I don't think criteria within the policy are required to deal with this constraint itself, Ma'am.
And which plan-wide policies would the council look to, to give guidance on this particular matter?
We would just use the general development management policies, Ma'am.
It's a particular policy in terms of infrastructure.
I can't remember the reference off the top of my head.
Okay, Mr. Cross, is that something you can help with?
I was just checking the plan. Perhaps if I defer to Ms. Brindley, but if I also give her an opportunity to quickly look up the documentation. Not wanting to prolong the discussion overly, I'll just make a couple of points. We have just quickly Googled and pulled up a document, Development Near Overhead Lines, Planning and Amenity Aspects of High Voltage Electricity Transmission Lines and Substations from the National Grid. It doesn't appear to have a date, obviously, on it, so I'm not sure the date of the document. And doing a quick search for 30 metres, it doesn't appear in the document, so Mr. Edwards will have to point us to either the correct document or the correct point within the document. I had a little bit of experience in terms of this issue with Sandymore, which obviously I see is now coming forward for development, and Mr. Edwards seems to be of concerns that some development is being allowed closer than he would wish to the lines in that location. Whenever we were drafting the Sandymore SPD and master plan, obviously we were aware that there was two power lines running down either side of Sandymore and the importance of them, and we did look at the prevailing guidance at the time, and effectively the position from the power companies was that they didn't advise that there should be no development underneath the power lines, subject to the sag and sway clearances. And they also had concerns over not having development under the power lines. Obviously, they were concerned about the creation of public open space with the propensity for people to undertake unsafe activities such as flying kites or practicing their fly fishing. And so effectively, I say they were concerned about that. So they were looking for us to ensure that anything under the lines wasn't overly open. And also I say that there's some concern about houses, but no standoff distances were specified or quoted at that time. So is the standoff distances, is this something that's arisen since the Sandymore SPD? Or is this, is it a recent guidance, and what statutory basis does it have? As I say, it just seems a change in position.
Mr. Edwards.
Thank you. No, I'll have to go back and look at that National Grid document. It might be, I do recall another a distance of 60 metres. I think. So it might be that I've got it wrong. It's more. I think with the master planning, we've seen those allocations and public open space allocations implemented, adhered to in planning consents, and I don't think we've sought to. We've had concerns, but it's something we've needed to be mindful of. I think if to take the example, it wasn't at Sandymore, it was at Daresbury. If we want to go into that in a bit more detail, and I can perhaps supply a copy of the consent or the planning permission reference for that case. In terms of the, as I say, granted subject to 106 decision. Of that outline of that scheme. So we can see problems. Sorry, Mark. Yeah.
I was going to say, I think what would be useful between the council and yourself is just clarification on the most up-to-date guidance, and Mr. Cross referred to development near overhead lines, National Grid. It wasn't dated, but just clarification in terms of the most up-to-date guidance that would be looked at in considering that, and if that can be entrusted to yourself and the council in terms of the guidance and submitted to the examination library, that would be most helpful to inform my deliberations. I'm conscious Mr. Lewis has been very patient there. Having heard what Mr. Edwards has said, what's your view, Mr. Lewis?
Thank you, Ma'am. A couple of things. I suppose Mr. Edwards would be pleased to hear that we've used the pylons in our design scheme as a nature reserve corridor that links both sites together. So we are allowing for the pylons to remain. We use the HSE guidance, GS6. I don't know, Ma'am, you're probably well versed in this better than probably all of us here. I don't know if that's the latest, but that's the guidance that we've used in our scheme, and that's the HSE guidance GS6. I think it's also important to point out that Mr. Edwards hasn't really explained that although the circuits that cross the land, the two circuits, only one has been in operation for the last, I believe, 50 years. And consequently, if they chose to do so, they could quite easily redirect a single cable around the perimeter of the site on trident poles. That is a commonly used practice, but nevertheless, as part of the scheme, we have taken into consideration the pylons remaining, and maybe, Mr. Edwards, I think it's fair to say this could be a slight negotiation because compensation will be due on the presence of your pylons, as they do not have permission to be there. So there's a few issues there that I agree have to be dealt with the council and with SP Manweb. We're more than willing as an organisation to work with everybody. We think we've already accounted for the requirements in a very innovative way. It is a nature reserve. We've actually made the pylons corridor a nature reserve in the scheme. So hopefully that helps everybody to understand how we're working. This has been discussed on numerous occasions as part of our pre-application process. We are and have for 20 years worked very closely with all parties associated with the planning, HSE, everybody, and we've never had an application refused yet.
Mr. Edwards, did you want to respond to those points in terms of, particularly in terms of the nature reserve?
Thank you. No, I've seen the films and the outline, the scheme, commendable, the design, the forward thinking, and it's very encouraging. Again, the scheme Mr. Lewis refers to is heavy on net zero. It's a very important aspect. Now, in regard, that's why with the circuit, as I mentioned, but I feel I should perhaps just repeat the need. The use of circuits is under review, and now we feel would not be the time to consider this as an underused or unused circuit on that existing on those existing towers. We're at a very interesting time in electricity usage that's only going to go up and not down. It's just about how much it's going up by beyond the acknowledged significant increases. And I think that that's why the infrastructure needs to stay. And just to be aware that in terms of any relocation, that's the sort of cost that falls on use of system, other than if it were not within the development and any agreement reached, then it falls to use of system users, which is all of us and others in terms of relocating any infrastructure, which is sometimes not as well understood as it should be, but that's how it happens. So I think, it's welcome that we can move forward with some form of agreement, certainly with the guideline, certainly with some form of master planning. I would hope that there is some sort of form of master planning to be carried out. The sites that are sensitive site, nature conservation policies, open space, as I say, landscape benefits. The corridor that is talked about is very welcomed, that protective corridor. It's just, how we commit to that, I think, is very important. This is the time to do it in the local plan. This is the time when these policies and proposals are firmed up, so that the subsequent planning stages can have full regard to what the local plan says in this way. And that's why we're putting our case forward. If, as it sounds, there's general agreement to recognising the importance of the infrastructure, then that would be a welcomed way forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm just wondering, rather than being very specific in terms of distances, whether, obviously the wildlife corridor would be a good solution to that, whether some form of wording potentially could be agreed upon to commit to that, rather than talking about specific distances. Would that be a potential way forward if that's emerging as an integral part of the scheme, or some form of words just to acknowledge, without getting into specifics of standoff distance and things, just to acknowledge the issue, really. And I'm thinking that might be the way forward, and certainly the wildlife corridor approach seems to be a good solution.
That's a very good suggestion. I think elsewhere, we see links between connectivity, both from what we do in connecting energy, as well as where we'll be building new schemes. I've heard reference to biodiversity, looking to create connectivity, natural habitat connectivity, and clearly looking at the allocation. One sort of perhaps might worry slightly that there's an island of development in and around the Sea of Green, and so some form of wildlife corridor, I would have thought, would be an excellent way of maintaining natural habitat.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to just quickly come back to the council in terms of that potential way forward, and Mr. Lewis, and I just want to very briefly just discuss the deliverability of the site. Is it Mr. Gibbs who might respond to that point?
Yes, ma'am. I think we've established that the presence of those lines isn't fatal to the allocation, and the lines are physically there and are present in the same way as stream may run across the site. So I would say that the development management process would be geared up to be able to deal with that constraint at that point in time, rather than us try to commit to certain aspects at this strategic stage. They would be better addressed through a planning application rather than allocation. That would be my view, ma'am.
Right, okay, I've obviously heard views on that. Just coming back in terms of how the site is likely to be developed, and timescales for development, starting with the council, can you remind me what the housing trajectory sets out for this site? Is that Mr. Cross?
Yes, ma'am. I think it identifies it as having a 7 or 8 year lead-in. I think it's shown as a 7-year lead-in.
And annual output?
It would be a medium-sized site, so 30 dwellings per annum.
Mr. Lewis, can you just clarify your timescales for bringing the site forward?
RH 83 and the Heath Park as well, phase 1, we would expect, don't know how to answer this, so help me along. So I would expect phase 1 of the development to be done within 5 years. Phase 1 being R83 and phase 1 of the Heath Park, which we will probably be discussing Thursday or Friday, whichever one it is. Is that helpful?
Yeah, I mean, we're just been with other sites discussing should the site be allocated, when the site's going to come forward, and looking at, the lead-in times in terms of where we are now. Obviously, there have been some discussions, some detailed discussions, but in terms of timescales for submitting a planning application, for example, whereabouts are you in that process?
I'd like to think before the end of the year, but again, it depends on the outcome of the local plan and how long that will take.
And just in terms of preparatory work, obviously there has been some master planning work, site investigations, for example, in terms of any potential constraints. Where are you with that?
All site investigations on R83 have been completed. They've been concluded as this isn't contaminated. All previous covenants that were in place have been removed and they are on the land registry.
Okay, thank you. So it wouldn't be unrealistic to submit a planning application towards the end of the year?
That's our intention, yes.
And in terms of the annual build rate, assuming planning permission, you were granted planning permission towards the end of the year, turn of next year, what would the lead-in time be to start actually on site?
I would say 6 to 12 months after approval.
So just thinking that through, when would first completions begin to emerge? I appreciate there's an element of guesswork involved.
Our programme shows us starting next March, and I would imagine within 2 years from there it would be complete. R83 now.
So completions within 2 years from next March, and would the first year be a full output?
Yes, it'd have to be, yes.
And annual build rate, just checking, there's 120. Well, it's earmarked 124 dwellings.
40 to 50, isn't it, really? I would have thought 45. How's that? Not being an expert in this, I'd say minimum.
Just to bring Mr. Cross's expertise here in terms of the size of the site, would that output be annual output be sort of optimistic, shall we say, or?
It's a little bit. I say the standard assumption would be 30 dwellings per annum on a site of this size. Would be classed as a medium-sized site, which is sites between 50 and 150. If it's at the upper end of that, then I say, figures slightly above 30 would probably not be completely unreasonable. 45, maybe a little bit on the ambitious side.
I think I would always, in my experience, sites always take longer to come forward than originally anticipated. So on that basis, I would lean towards a more cautious view of 30 per annum. But obviously, if the site comes forward sooner, that isn't necessarily a problem. Mr. Lewis, is your...
One of the things that I should have mentioned there, that it's the method of construction is very modern in regards for, they call them flying factories, but a lot of the construction is made off-site. Therefore, our belief, we can actually increase the numbers of dwellings rather than those who are just of an old traditional build, shall we say, if that's a fair way of putting it. But we believe, because the method of construction is very, very advanced, and we will probably be able to deliver quicker than most. Okay,
thank you. Well, Mr. Cross, you've heard my view. Maybe scope to split the difference in terms of the annual output, but As I say, in my view, I always lean towards a more cautious approach. Mr. Edwards.
Thank you. Just moving on to questions of deliverability. So we've dealt with the planning and the approach to arrangement, layout, etc. I think also there's a question on, in terms of deliverability on the sort of land rights. So obviously we just build network, we have rights across sites. And here we have rights in place. Now, there's a process that would need to be followed for those rights. Were they to be challenged, now that would sort of impact on deliverability. So that not, as well as potentially the outcome of those of that process. So should our rights be challenged, there's a process to follow, and likewise, should the outcome of that process be such that the line should be retained in situ, then clearly that would impact on deliverability. So I think the idea of I'm not sure if 116 units and what we've talked about in terms of the layout and proposals mirror the fact that what we're sort of moving towards, which is the protection of the corridor. Certainly, I just want to flag that there is a question mark perhaps over deliverability within a sort of 12-month period, aside from waiting for the outcome of the local plan itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Mr. Lewis, did you want to respond?
Yeah, very quickly. Obviously, Mr. Edwards has the lion's share of the time on this. Very quickly, I just want to say we are already in discussions with ManWeb's legal people. We have been for some time. There would be absolutely no reason why this can't amicably be concluded within normal times, if not quicker. It certainly won't be me that drags it or delays it. There's no reason for me to do that. Everything is in place.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Yes, the way forward on that would be to agree some form of easement, as well as agreeing wildlife corridor on the plan, and to be an agreement with the land rights, and would welcome that as a way forward as well with Mr. Lewis, and welcome his intentions, suggestions to do that. Really, we can deal with that.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. I am very conscious of time. We do have another session to hold, and I think we need a short break at least before moving on to that session. So I just want to thank all of you for your contributions, and obviously those representations will be taken into account, and thank you for your patience once again. Okay, so just from the council's point of view, and the need for a break, I know my stomach's rumbling, and obviously we need a screen break. So subject, I don't know if Mr. Donnelly's still here, but I know there is another participant for this afternoon session other than the council, I believe. I presume you've been keeping in touch with him in terms of timing, and do pass on our apologies for overrunning.
It's Miss Jones who's actually in this session, attending this afternoon, that's all.
Oh, hello, welcome back. So yes, I think we definitely do need a break. I know I do. So just in terms of timing, would half an hour be acceptable? And I'm hoping this afternoon session isn't going to take as long, subject to representations, of course. But so say 3:10, would that be acceptable to everybody? Okay, we shall see you back then. Thank you.
Thank you, Mom, and thanks everyone, and we'll leave you here.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.